How's everyone doing tonight? Good evening. How's everyone doing tonight?
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome to the Pontiac City Council meeting for Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. We'll give you a few seconds, but we're called to order. And we'll be next having invocation, handing it off to Councilman William Parker, Jr. to introduce that this evening.
Good evening, Brother President. Good evening, everyone. I pray everyone had a very nice Veterans Day, and to all your veterans, happy belated Veterans Day. Our invocation will be given to us today by Pastor Kathy Lee James of Church of God.
Good evening. Let us bow our heads, please. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for all those who have come out to this meeting, those who are watching online. Father, we ask your blessings over this meeting today. We ask you to bless our city, our administration, our city council. We ask you to bless the decisions that we make, that we use wisdom and understanding in making these decisions. These blessings we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now come to the time as a community we come together for a moment of silence. I want to read the names of those that have been shared with us, of those that have recently passed away. Charles Bender, who's the pastor of Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church. Pastor Bender, news just came today. William Cato. Tynette Causey, daughter of former Pontiac City Council person Doris Taylor Burks. Consuelo or Connie Diaz. Karen Johnson. Wanda Lashbrook. Adrian Malone Page. Lakeisha Matthews. Lemmy Joe Morris. Albert Rayborn. Lorraine Neely. Connie Oates. Morris Taylor Sr. Ida Mae Washington. Roosevelt Wood Sr. and Marcus Young. Please join us as we remember their names. Thank you very much. Roll call of council members. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
McGinnis.
Present.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established and all members present and voting, do we have a motion now to approve this evening's agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. Because of interest to discuss them further, we will remove letter E and letter H. So E and H. One is a resolution to request approval of a change order for $80,000 for backfill dirt requirements for the Pontiac Youth Recreation Center.
K.
And K. Okay. H is a $16.3 million budget amendment to increase revenues because we're getting a grant, raised grant from the federal government. And K, which we think might have some duplication with E. And that's about resolution requesting the Pontiac City Council to partner with Oakland County Land Bank Authority on the demolition of McCarroll School. So we are going to pull E, H, and K. That is no longer in the consent agenda. We will make it the new number 7, 8, and 9. We'll do it towards the beginning. It'll be the new 7, 8, and 9, and everything else will move down accordingly. Is there a motion to amend to carry that out?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we take those identified items from the consent agenda and place them later on the agenda so they could be further debated. Any further discussion or clarification needed? Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
For number 15, about the pre-construction and construction manager contract, where will we get that information from? Is it in our packet about the option for them to make the clerk white? Was that given to the council?
It would be and should be, but it's not in consent agenda, so regardless, will be up for debate and further questioning.
Okay, thank you.
And when we get to that, if we need more information, we could always postpone.
We do.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment before us as proposed, taking those consent agenda items, slotting them in the agenda? Hearing nothing further, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of that particular amendment proposed.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is part of the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the agenda as proposed and amended? Hearing nothing further, hearing no further amendments, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the agenda as amended.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. The agenda as amended is adopted. We'll proceed accordingly. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved, but I wanted to ask something. So moved. I wanted to ask something as a discussion item. The ARPA dollars, preferably the first-time home buyer program.
So we just adopted the agenda where we
Oh.
pulled the consent agenda items we wanted to talk about. Do you have another one?
I'm referring to the first-time home buyer program.
Okay. In terms of when we get to the special presentation,
Let's turn to as a discussion item.
you'd like to add a discussion item?
Yes.
Okay. So we just adopted the agenda, so we're going to have to suspend the rules when we get there.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
we're
you.
at the consent agenda. Again, is there,
So moved.
it was moved by Councilman Rutherford to adopt the consent agenda, and it was seconded by Councilman Parker. With that, this evening's consent agenda has city council meeting minutes from October 27th, including the closed session minutes, resolution honoring the life and service of past City of Pontiac employee Patricia Allen, resolution to enter into a long-term stormwater maintenance agreement with Crown Enterprises, Inc. for 490 Meadow Drive, resolution to award the bid and execute an agreement with Lakeview Lawn Service and Landscaping to complete shore yard services for an amount not to exceed $200,000, resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment for the fiscal year to establish appropriations of $1.1 million to account for the American Rescue Plan Home Repair Program, additional funds, and $26,940.60 related to the same for other professional services. Resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment to allow for the hiring of a paralegal within the city's law department. Resolution to approve the sale of city-owned property in accordance with Section 3.113 of the city charter, which was previously subject to a public hearing held at a past city council meeting. Resolution requesting to approve a change order to increase the compensation paid for MRSA PC for revisions to approve schematic design for the Pontiac Community Recreation Center. With that, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the consent agenda.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda items identified are adopted. We are now at special presentations. The first special presentation is celebrating the City of Pontiac's win of a Bobcat zero-turn mower in a recent contest. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. I don't know if we have our Parks and Recreation Director here, Terrence Price, but I do want to just celebrate that we had put in an application for this improvement to parks, and there were a lot of applications that went in for a grant to improve a park in the community. We had selected Aaron Perry Park as the target park for improvement with the grant. There were many dozens of grants competing against us, so it was incredibly competitive. There were, I think, 4 or 5 finalists, and we were one of the finalists. We did not end up winning the grant, but we were the runner-up, and we did end up winning a piece of equipment that I'll allow our Parks and Recreation Director, Terrence Price, to get into more detail about. So really, we wanted to celebrate our competitiveness, at least celebrate that we did win a valuable piece of equipment to help us maintain our parks, but also to thank all of the community members who helped vote online, because that was one of the components of how these grants were awarded. So many, many thanks to all of you who may have voted online to help us get the runner-up position and get this piece of equipment. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Price.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. As you know, we participated in a contest, nationwide votes for park improvement. So excuse me, I'm a little out of breath right now, but we finished runner-up, and we got a piece of equipment valued at $15,500, which is a nice mower. As the mayor said, it's going to really help us in maintaining our parks. So thank everybody for their efforts. Special thanks to our communications team. Another thanks to our grants team for writing the grant. And also special thanks to our parks team for getting this done.
All right. Any discussion or questions from council? Hearing none, congratulations to us, the people of Pontiac, for getting this piece of equipment. Thank you all who voted online. That concludes that. We're on to our next special presentation from Oakland County Downtown Redevelopment Project Status Update. We have Deputy County Executive Sean Carlson and team here, so without further ado, we'll give you the floor.
All right, thank you, President McGinnis. Appreciate the time and the effort here today, and I just want to make sure I got a clicker here, and I do. And I want to make sure that Deputy County is, as the Deputy County Executive, that Oakland County is continuing to stay in front of you and make sure that we're giving you status updates. And so that's what I will attempt to do here tonight. Take you through this. Want to just kind of share with you everything that's going on. I think it's important to continue to share because I know that there's folks out there that think, hey, is this ever going to really happen? And I just want to let you know that Oakland County is definitely leaning in, and we appreciate the citizens of Pontiac and the City Council and the Mayor's Office and all those that are leaning back and leaning in as well. Oakland County, this is our team here. Megan and I are usually the ones that you'll see in front of us, but this is our team that's leading on the downtown project. Our owner's rep, which is the group that is our fiduciary for Oakland County. This is our team that is supporting this project. You could see them. So we awarded that contract last January, February timeframe. The architect and engineer and urban planning team, HED, and this is the team. We awarded this contract last March, April timeframe. Our community engagement, some of you here that I've recognized have been at some of our community engagement, Sidewalk Detroit and AECOM, and we've done some activities and certainly outreach in the Pontiac area so far. Our construction management firm, we hired Granger, had very competitive bidding process. Granger ended up being on top. And then I'll get into the other one that's not mentioned here is Adamo, who we recently awarded the demolition project to. I'll get into that in a few slides. And then we are in negotiations with the developer. And I think if anybody saw the Cranes article last week, you can see some of the renderings that they had posted in that article. So we are working with what their team is called is Pontiac Forward. That is the Bogie Group, and Wallbridge is who we're negotiating with. This city council supported and adopted the MOA, the Memorandum of Agreement, that was between the county and and the city council here and the mayor. You can see the bullet points there on the bottom is really making sure that we're having a discussion and that we continue to keep it in front of us, this group, in regards to the demolition of the Phoenix Center parking structure, the construction and replacement of a parking structure, the reconstruction of Saginaw Street and Auburn and Orchard Lake Road, the transfer of 500 county employees, 2 acres of open space that will be conveyed to the city, back to the city, and compliance, making sure that we're compliant with all city ordinance and that we have a campus plan. So that is what the MOA said. This group has been meeting. We've met twice so far, and we will continue to meet. So we have community members and county members that sit on that group. The demolition of the Phoenix Center. So the Phoenix Center demolition bid was awarded to Adamo. The demo phases and timeline and road closures, proposed road closures, are shown on the next slide. We're going to make sure that we've got a safety plan. The entire structure will be enclosed with silt fencing, allowing access to demolition firm only. A full safety plan will be established prior to any demolition starting, and this safety plan will be coordinated with the City of Pontiac residents, Sheriff's Office, and all key stakeholders. There will be a communication plan. The county is working on this plan that will be shared with the City of Pontiac residents, visitors, businesses, and occupants of 51111. That is an active building. That is a building structure that we own at this time. And we have mostly state of Michigan employees that are in that building. This is a proposed demo phases and timeline and road closures. You can see in phase 1, the soil erosion and sedimentation control plan. I'm going to pop down to the traffic maintenance plan, right-of-way permit submission, fencing plan. All of these things we're sitting down with Pontiac leaders, I believe tomorrow. Actually, is our team will be sitting down to make sure that we get the proper approvals with the City of Pontiac. We will not be moving forward until all these things are approved. You'll also notice I skipped the second bullet there for a second, this sustainability evaluation. Oakland County is really leaning in on sustainability and from an environmental perspective, and we'll be asking Adamo to make sure that we are looking at not only the reuse of the concrete and the rebar that is part of this structure, but also we'll be looking at the building structure that's on the top to see if any of that can be reutilized and reused as well. So we'll be doing that evaluation. I've heard that in regards to community members at the community dinner at the city council, and it was our promise to make sure that we were doing that as well. Phase 2, phase 1 is underway right now. Phase 2 is the proposed demo to begin on the south side. So when we say south side, we're talking about the cut would be Orchard Lake and Auburn. So the proposal at this time is to begin on the south side. Road closures are identified by the green highlighted areas there that you can see. And then also phase 2 will start in January of 2025. That is the proposal at this point in time. Of course, all the things that I mentioned in phase 1 need to be approved by the City of Pontiac before we can move on to phase 2. Phase 3 is a proposed demo begin on the north side, road closures identified by the turquoise and green highlighted areas as well. Phase 3 will start in March of 2025. The completion of the demolition is proposed to be scheduled to finish in August of 2025. So that is the information on the demo site here. The temporary parking plan, Oakland County is working with the city and the owners of the vacant former IRS building, which you can see the green arrow is pointing to that. The red mark right there is a former IRS building. So we're working with the owners of that lot to create some temporary parking for the 51111 vehicles. We also will be asking to the city if we can get some temporary diagonal parking on Judson. Judson is 4 lanes right now, 2 going east and 2 coming west, and see if we can't use one of those lanes for temporary diagonal parking to make sure that we're accommodating those that are utilizing 51-111 as well as those that work in that facility. Shuttle services are also being evaluated. This is not comprehensive of all the phases in this, but I am going to share with where we're at right now. Demolition of the Phoenix Center, January 2025. As I mentioned, our target completion date is August. Construction of a new parking structure, August of 2025. So as we complete the demo, it is in the developer's package that will be done in 12 months. You can see August of 2026 is when we're looking for the completion of the new parking structure. Renovations at 31 East Judson. 31 East Judson is Ottawa Tower 2. That is the tower in which Oakland County will be moving 700 employees. I know you saw 500 employees. We've worked that number up to 700 employees to the 31 East Judson. And then Oakland County employees relocation to begin somewhere in April of 27 through August of 27. So that is where the proposed project timeline is now, and we will continue to update this. There's a lot of other moving parts, but we want to get in front of you with this. We've had community dinner. We've had things in the park. Our community engagement recently had a move and talk as well, where we invited residents from the community. I know that City Council member James was there. I had a nice conversation. She was on the walk and talk, or move and talk, and then I know the mayor was there as well, so we appreciate the attendance by city leaders there as well. So this gave us an opportunity to get some feedback and then kind of get a ground eye level of the different opportunities that exist. And you can see up in that top left corner, we had different groups take the walk along that path there. Some of the preliminary data results that we're getting in regards to feedback has been put into kind of 5 different buckets by Sidewalk Detroit relating to the commercial development that prioritizes restaurants, retail, and entertainment opportunities that are affordable and inclusive. Economic and workforce development that provides direct support, education, and resources to local businesses, entrepreneurs, and workers. Accessible housing developments that promote neighborhood safety and meet the needs of the disability community, elders, youth, and people experiencing homelessness. Public transportation and mobility offerings that are accessible, reliable, allow residents to navigate Pontiac and the surrounding area by foot, bike, car, or bus. And then inclusive natural spaces that reintroduce native plants and invite residents to gather and enjoy nature. So these are some of the feedback that we're getting from residents to our community engagement team. As I mentioned, the departments that was asked by city council members in the past who's moving down here. So you can see all the different departments that we're moving down: neighborhood and housing development, equalization, the county executive's office, risk management, public communications, management, budget, purchasing, human resources, economic development, workforce development. Some members of the IT, we have a major IT operation, so we have some members coming down from IT. Health, Veteran Services, MSU Extension, the Board of Commissioners, Corp Council, and Community Corrections. So we'll have over, like I said, 700 county employees, 17 different departments. We'll benefit from a variety of programs and public services, including all the ones mentioned there. So we're excited about that. Also, I wanted to give you an update. Granger is the construction management firm that will be doing the renovation in 31 East Judson. So we'll be renovating all of those floors, the 8 different floors. They were awarded this contract, and master planning for the Judson block is underway. We are looking at adding an additional space. One of the responsibilities of Oakland County is to be a convener. We have a big space in our executive office building right now that convenes a lot of different groups. The building, the way it's currently constructed, does not allow for that, so we'll be looking for an add-on to the 31 Judson building. Also, we've talked to Granger. We will be having trade fairs. Granger is planning its first trade fair, tentatively scheduled for the January-February timeframe. We'll also be planning in March, April, and July. This is an opportunity for us to really make sure that we're talking to businesses that are located in Pontiac and making sure that they are connected to the bid process that will take place with Granger. We also want to make sure that we are talking to the community and folks that are looking for jobs and skills and giving them an opportunity. So this isn't just a trade fair for those that have businesses. It's also for those that are looking for construction work. So that's what's going on with Granger. There's a lot more going on, but I wanted to give you what I thought was kind of the essence of what's taking place right now, and so we're really starting to move. We've got the team. The last piece of the puzzle here is the developer contract, and really appreciate the support. I know that we had a few people from the mayor's office that was part of the evaluation committee. I also want to recognize Carlton, who was also on that evaluation committee, and some other members from the Pontiac community as well. So it's important that this continue to be a partnership with the county. So thank you so much for allowing me some time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, let's do it. Thank you again for coming yet again to give an update to the community and the council, because it's such a substantial and positive development for our community. We want to make sure everyone knows the moving parts, especially since it might impact a lot of your commutes in just a short period of time. Pro Tem Carrington and then Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I definitely thank you for the presentation and bringing the community up to date. And also that you highlighted trade fairs, so give small businesses in the city of Pontiac the opportunity to be part of the bidding process. And I just want to ask, once you get those dates, could you please email those dates to the city council so we can get it out through our communications department?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Hey, Sean.
Hi.
Two questions. Number one, you mentioned about 7 minutes into your presentation that you guys are meeting with Pontiac community leaders. Who are those leaders, and where can we get that list?
So the folks that are at the table, I represent County Executive Dave Coulter on that MOA, and then Dave Woodward is on there, as well as your President McGinnis, City Council President, as well as the Mayor. And then we have a few at-large members as well from the City of Pontiac.
And who are those people?
They haven't been in attendance yet. We're reaching out to them, but Reverend Cogwell is one of them. And I'm drawing a blank on the other gentleman's name, Sean Preston.
And so I guess my follow-up would be to the administration. How many people from actually that live in that district or in that area were included in the choosing of the people you chose? Because from my understanding, from what you and from what Dave Woodward said, is that you were going to include people from that district and others. And so I'm just trying to figure out when did you guys, I know you didn't decide, so I'm asking the administration, when did you guys decide on the list of the people you would have as community liaisons for that district and for that community as a whole? I yield to Mayor Grimer for an answer.
Well, the only name that I suggested was Sean Preston's name, and I believe he does live in District 1. He lives right close to the border of District 1 and District 7, but I think he's in District 1. The Reverend's name did not come from me, and so I would ask the Deputy County Executive about Reverend Cogna.
Yes, we asked for some at-large members from the Committee of 50, Pastor Jones, and he provided a list of some names for us.
But the redevelopment team is open to more. There's been just 2 initial conversations, and
That's
they have
correct.
stated that they're up for more names.
Yes. We got to get the process going, but we're happy to have other people at the table.
Further discussion or questions on this special presentation? Okay, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time. I hope you have
Thank you.
a great
Appreciate
rest of
it.
the night. We're at number 3 on the agenda, Pontiac general election voter participation. We turn the floor over now to Pontiac City Clerk Garland Doyle. He and his team facilitated the conclusion of the general election process, and so we give the floor now to Clerk Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is just a recap of the election. So let's go with it. So just following up on the Pontiac Votes Community Challenge as relates to absentee votes, final results. So it looks like District 2 ended up being the winner of this challenge. They had the highest percent increase from the last week before the election at 32. Oops, we can't do it. Oh, okay. At 32%. So congratulations to District 2. Okay. Early voting. This was the early voting turnout, the daily totals. Again, Pontiac voters could vote at the Pontiac Library or they could vote at Waterford Oaks. Again, we are in partnership with Oakland County. So as being one of the communities in Oakland County that allows the county to oversee the early voting process, anybody in the county could have voted at Waterford Oaks. So this just shows by day. Early voting was from October 26th through November 3rd of where voters actually turned out. Our total number of people who voted early was 4,498. So it's just too shy of 4,500. And then this shows the early voting by district and precinct voter turnout. So in this case, District 1 was the winner. They had the highest number of voters that voted early. And then just to show in comparison of other communities that partner with the county, how we fared against like Novi and Royal Oak that have somewhat of a similar number of registered voters. So we were a little shy. Both Novi and Royal Oak had 14% of their voters to vote early. In Pontiac, we only had 9% of our voters to vote early. Okay, and then this is the general election overall voter turnout. And again, District 1 came in first. They had the highest number of voters to turn out in the entire city. So 22,091 voters voted in the entire city of Pontiac for the past election just 1 week ago. So this shows how, in comparison to 2016, 2020, and 2024. Now, again, remember in 2016, we did not have no reason absentee voting. 2020 was the first time that we had no reason absentee voting. And then 2024 was the first time that we actually had early voting. But if we look at 2024 and 2020, as far as absentee ballots, the percent of return was pretty much the same, actually 1% higher in 2024. And then this shows how people voted, the percentages that they voted. So in 2024, 40% of the voters voted by absentee ballot, 20% voted early, and then pretty much you could say 40% voted at their precinct on election day. So if you look, we did not quite hit the 2020 number, but we were not that far off, which in a sense is to be commended because overall 10 million people voted less for president than they did 4 years ago. So for Pontiac numbers to be pretty much close to 2020, that is to be commended. And then just some results. Those were the winners for the Oakland County Community College Board of Trustees. They're highlighted in yellow, Pamela Davis and Meg Lampert. And then these were the winners for the Pontiac School District. You could vote for, no more than 3. So it was Jennifer Dooley, G. Kevin Gross, and Tanisha Miller. Again, we had a service team that worked and went to residents, shelters, hospitals, senior communities. Again, our model was to ensure that everyone who wanted to vote could vote, and that was the purpose of the service team. As it relates to future improvements, these are 3 areas that we need to focus on. We did encounter some issues with some of our laptops at the polling locations, so we're going to work on fixing that. There were a couple issues with precinct tabulators that got fixed throughout the day, but we really want to work on that, in particular since the HART, which is the voting system that we use, they had supposedly fixed our tabulators before the election, so we should have not incurred any problems. So we will be reaching out to HART to find out what the issue was. And then just road construction communication. I do want to commend Zach from DLZ. I'm sure he got tired of me complaining, but we did work well together. And coming up actually with a calendar of road construction so that it doesn't impede voting, because there was an issue temporarily on Martin Luther King in front of the Salvation Army, so we don't want to incur that. Okay.
Order.
Well, we do not want to incur that again. So those are the issues that we will be definitely focusing on. I did want to acknowledge all of my staff members in the clerk's office, Cameron Holy, Sheila Grandison, and Jonathan Starks, Mary Castro, and then the temps that we had in our office, Kenya Earl, Janet Jimenez, and LaShonda Reese, and then we had 136 election day workers that assisted us as well, too.
Let's give them all a round of applause.
So for many people in the clerk's office, they pretty much work straight from October 21st through the election, and that included weekends. So this was the first time we had a weekend off. So again, thank you to all the staff for all their hard work. And then just a thank you to a number of our community partners. In particular, the library, the Oakland County Sheriff, voters, not politicians. They actually gave us a grant, and a number of other organizations as well, too. Okay, Oakland Forward really helped get the word out about early voting as well, too. And that concludes my presentation, and that kind of talks about the next one.
So discussion on the special presentation about general election voter participation. You had mentioned in your presentation about construction issues. I'd like the entire community to have that in their mind, that whenever there is an election in the future, we all need to be scrutinizing early on and making sure that there is no obstacle or breakdown in communication, so that way there's no road construction that impacts the free and easy access to our voting sites in our city.
Right.
So that was being elevated, and it's crucial. Councilman Rutherford.
Well, first of all, I want to say congratulations to the best district ever, District 1. Yeah. You guys, you pop out and you show people. And I always tell you where District 1 goes, that's where the mayor race follows. My only thing is this. I also want to publicly acknowledge our President Pro Tem, who actually got in the middle of the street talking to construction people, asking them to move. He could have got hit by a truck, but he did not. Just appreciate you for risking your life for the people of Pontiac to vote. People don't know how far you went, but I do. And also to Mike McGinnis, who was willing to leave his job to come direct traffic. And the newly crowned school district member, Jennifer Dooley, who stopped traffic, had on a vest and was directing, going, go, stop, lead. I thought that was beautiful, and it was a way to show people how to vote. But once again, to the best district ever, District 1, you showed up. Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, I would also like to commend your department for the wonderful work that you guys did on Election Day, just taking care of the voters, taking care of every single voter, making sure that every single issue was being addressed, and, your professionalism was really noted, and I deeply appreciate that. The question I have, though, is the number of registered voters. There's been some conversation about the voter turnout numbers for the city of Pontiac. And it's been said that one reason why Pontiac always shows such a low percentage is because we're not purging our voter list at 49,666 has not been purged enough. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually probably agree with that, and that's something that we will look into now that the election is over. We definitely did not want to do any purging prior to the election. But the law does allow, if a voter hasn't voted in, I think it's 2 presidential elections, they can be purged. A number of people have probably moved out of the city. There may be some people that have passed away that are still, listed as a registered voter, but my staff will be taking a careful, now that we're through the election, to actually see just how many registered voters we have. And then we did get, I mentioned in a couple of my other presentations, we mailed out to all registered voters, and a number of those sample ballots and as well as the early voting postcards came back too as undeliverable. So we'll be taking a look at all of that stuff to make sure that we do have a solid number for our registered voters.
Okay, thank you very much. And if there's anything that council can do to support your department in that, please let us know.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Jones.
Thank you. My follow-up to Councilwoman James's question would be, and just for my own, knowledge, what kind of a timeline are we looking at for purging the names of, some of these individuals? Would we see, 100% success with this project by the time of the next election, or would, 50% of the way? How long? How does that go?
It would be the goal to have that done prior to the next election, which is in 2025, the municipal election. And in addition to that, which goes into the next discussion, redistricting, we will be, after the council determines the districts, then we will be aligning the precincts along with that too. So it will be a good opportunity to get all that done prior to the August 2025 election.
Thank you.
Any final discussion? Hearing none, thank you again, and truly thank you to the hundreds of people that worked to make the process viable this year. We are now at number 4, and you can feel free to stay up there if you want, but this is more of an FYI. The screen you see here is to make sure that the community knows that next week, at next week's City Council meeting, we will have a public hearing, an opportunity for you as citizens to weigh in and offer your perspective on what you'd like to see taken into consideration as the City Council's lines are updated. 5 initial drafts, again, drafts and very initial, have been done by the map maker, and those are now available and accessible. You can visit them at pontiac.mi.us/redistricting. After at the close of tonight's meeting, and for the week to come, you can pick up copies of those, hard copies, if you'd like to see that. And then prior to and including at next week's meeting, we'll have enlarged versions of those initial draft maps and copies on hand as well. We want to make sure everyone can see what's been initially discussed, but we want to hear from you. Many of you have lived here for decades. You've seen how it's worked, what's been the best practice. What would you like to see in terms of where you or your neighborhood falls for the council districts? This will be a lot more change than previous processes because instead of 7 districts, it will be 6, which means every district will get larger by population, and that means that there might be a lot of variation from lines, but we want to hear from you about that. So please check out those initial maps, and as we go forward, after this initial round of feedback, a final drafts will be available in December for further review, further feedback, and further public hearings before a final set of map is decided on by the City Council as the charter describes. So that's the scoop. We want to make sure you know that that's coming, so that way you can do some research, check it out, kick the tires, and we'll continue to keep you updated on the process. So that's where we're at, and that's next Tuesday here in these council chambers. That's where that public hearing will be held, where we'll put maps up, the initial maps, so you'll be able to visually see them, have access to them electronically in the days to come and during that, as well as hard copies. Any discussion or clarification needed on that heads up for the first of multiple public hearings to come? Okay. Thank you very much, Clerk Doyle. We now are at our final special presentation, number 5 on the agenda, Oakland University and Pontiac Senior Center's Collaborative Research Project on Senior Services. Mayor Gromley, you have the floor.
Thank you. So this is a collaboration that we're excited about. This is in partnership with Oakland University, as well as Deborah Finley and the Golden Opportunity Club and many individual seniors, to try to better determine what our seniors are really are looking for when it comes to senior programming in our 2 senior centers. And we're just very, very excited about this opportunity to really do a deeper dive and try to improve and enhance our programming. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our senior center manager, Deborah Finley, to introduce our guests.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council, and the City of Pontiac. I am Deborah Finley, the manager of the Senior Centers, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to present our recent partnership with Oakland University's Psychology Department. This community-based research project is something I'm excited about because, as the mayor said, we'll be able to look at our senior centers and to make them more inviting. Before I turn it over to our director, Dr. Mark Manning, I would like to introduce some of our researchers. We have Dr. Martha Escarbo, Leslie Cunningham, our project manager, Olivia Simon, research assistant, and 2 of our senior citizen scientists. We have Anna Nelson and Diane Hayes. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mark Manning.
Thank you, Deborah. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. I must admit that Deborah did spring this on me. So, okay, having said that, I'm here to tell you about our community engaged research success program and our partnership with the Pontiac Senior Centers. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce the team members. There's some pictures on the slides.
Hey, sir, could you hold up, please?
Oh, yes.
Could the audience member please turn your telephone off? And the rest of the chambers, please put your cell phone on vibrate, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll provide some background on the partnership. We'll talk about what CRISP is, our mission and our efforts, and then the research that we're focusing on, and share some of our plans for the future work we're going to do. So this is our team here. There's me and Dr. Escobar. We started the program at OU, at Oakland University, and then we partnered with Deborah Finley, and our first year cohort are 4 research assistants and then 1 who is currently a program coordinator, and we've just taken on a project manager. So we're going over in the Oakland side. And then our citizen scientists are the seniors from the Senior Center. This is a list of some of them here. Anna, Jackie, Rosalind, Marcia, Diane, Glynis, and Blanca. This list grows and shrinks over time as more senior scientists become involved, and some don't have time to stick with the program. But we have a pretty good core group that'll keep going.
Shall we have the citizen scientists with us this evening stand and be celebrated by your neighbors?
Indeed. So I'm going to tell you about CRISP. We are the Community Engaged Research Immersion Success Program. We called CRISP. And it's one of the newest research, educational, and outreach programs dedicated to helping students learn about a different way to approach research. It helps them learn about community-engaged research, which I'll get into in a little bit. And that involves working with communities surrounding our university. We launched in the fall of 2023 with a first cohort of 5 students here. And for the first semester, they completed coursework with me and with Dr. Escobar just to learn about the principles of community-engaged research. After which, we partnered with the Pontiac seniors to recruit and train our citizen scientists and to conduct some research. So what's great is all of those 5 students from the first cohort, they were done in April of 2024, and they've all volunteered to keep working with the seniors. So that was very inspiring for us. We could not have asked for like a more amazing group of students to start with. So CRISP practices community-based participatory research. It's a kind of research that ensures that the voices of our community partners is what drives our research goals and efforts, and it's what drives what we're focusing on. It's a research framework where the research organization, that's us and our community partners, we work together on every aspect of the research project, deciding what we're going to look at, designing the project, and collecting and analyzing the data, and then thinking about future projects that we can work on also. And our goals right now, we identify an issue in the community that is important to our partners, and then we address whatever that issue is using our scientific research methods, and hopefully we'll build a long-lasting relationship between CRISP and the Pontiac Senior Centers. And this here is what guides us. Our mission is to foster partnership between older adults from the city of Pontiac and Oakland University student researchers using these community-based research techniques to identify the needs of the greater Pontiac community. And our values, we want to establish a true partnership with our community here. And we want to engage in research from this community-based participatory research framework. And we hope to provide research that can be used to further the work of the Pontiac Senior Centers and to heighten the awareness of what's offered at the senior centers for the seniors in Pontiac. So what we've done so far is, as you know, we've recruited our citizen scientists from the Pontiac Senior Centers. We provided a 4-week training program of research to our seniors. So like talking about research ethics, designing research projects, analyzing data, on research ethics, doing IRB type stuff, and writing a research protocol. And then after that, we determined which of the many ideas that they had for research projects we were going to focus on for our first year. We wanted to start with something small and something manageable to build on that success. Then from there, we've designed our research protocol. And what we're focusing on is the Pontiac Senior Center. It provides a variety of activities, resources, and events for the seniors to enjoy. So the research project that we have now is aiming to learn more about why older adults in Pontiac will or will not, or do or do not attend these various activities that are offered at the Senior Center. And our future plans in line with that project is we're going to recruit some participants for some focus groups to get at why people are or are not using the senior centers. We're going to gather qualitative and quantitative data. We're going to analyze it and then provide the results back to the community. And hopefully we can use these results to improve recruitment and services at the senior centers. And if you'd like more information about the focus groups themselves, please, that is a QR code that will take you to a Google form that you can fill out that we will get you information about those focus groups. If you want to do a quick snap, I'll leave that up there for a second. And if you'd like to learn more about CRISP, the Community Engaged Research Emerging Success Program at the OU side, this is our website. It's still in development, still growing, but please feel free to visit and check out what we're doing over there. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time in the presentation. Are there any quick questions or feedback before we move on? Thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing further about what comes. All right, that concludes special presentations this evening. We are at the one public hearing tonight. It's on land uses the city is reviewing as part of previously approved moratorium on places of assembly, automobile automobile repair facilities, and tire shops and small discount box stores, or just small discount stores, sometimes known as dollar stores. Right now, there are moratoriums temporarily in place as we consider if further requirements or regulations need to be in place. So we'll give the floor to the planning manager to give just an overview of what we're looking at. Then we'll open up the public hearing for feedback and for you to weigh in on the questions. Manager Yandrick.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and the public. Again, this is just a brief presentation to set the table. So as background, City Council passed 3 resolutions for a moratorium on each of these land uses. And this has the date, the length of the moratoriums and when that would expire. Those should say 2025 and not 2024. So a moratorium is a legal ability for a municipality to stop them from receiving new applications while they evaluate their regulations and possibly propose new regulations. This public hearing tonight is an opportunity for residents and community members to share their thoughts before legislation is drafted. I want to differentiate. This is not part of the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. This is not part of our zoning code. This is really an opportunity to get feedback from residents on all of these uses. We will be bringing 3 different ordinances together, assuming we would propose an ordinance. If we don't, that moratorium would just expire, and we would begin accepting applications. But we would be bringing those forward. But it's for this moratorium, we thought that it was important to get feedback and really fact-find from residents about what they think might help in the community, away from residences, things like that, or if they really support it and don't think regulations are necessary, the contrary as well. Staff's goal in proposing this moratorium was to evaluate the land use to ensure it doesn't impact the safety, well-being, and aesthetics of our community and our commercial corridors, including any adjacent land uses such as residential neighborhoods. These new regulations, if any are proposed and adopted, will only apply to new and expanded uses. It would not apply to existing facilities unless they request to expand or intensify. Those would be, if we do change the rules, those would be considered legally non-conforming. Now, the city's code enforcement division still can enforce the original zoning approval, such as a site plan if we have it, pavement conditions, and certain elements that meet the property maintenance code. So we still have some abilities with current sites. But really, this would apply only to any new or expanded uses. So just to review places of assembly, this does not include places of worship, churches, fraternal organizations, or bars, which are completely separate land uses. A place of assembly could be like a wedding hall or somewhere that there are tables, there are chairs, you could have a gathering of people. There would likely not be a liquor permit involved, but we have been getting a lot of requests for these over the last 2 years, and so many so that I think we want to kind of pause and evaluate if we need new applications. And again, we want to hear from the public, but I did want to just staff is considering maybe extra buffering hours of operation or a larger establishment to residential neighborhoods. So what I mean by that is, do we need more landscaping between the residential use and a place of assembly? Or do we need a certain distance away that maybe it couldn't be adjacent to a residential property to give a little bit more buffer to protect those residences? So those are just ideas, and that's really up for discussion. So the second item is, again, automobile service, gas stations, and tire shops. As I mentioned at the moratorium when it was passed in July, there's approximately 57 land uses in the city with this classification, and we did receive 9 applications in 2023 and 2024. As you can see, one of them was denied, but there's just been a demand for it, and we've had informal inquiries for 8 new uses in the city, although those applications have not been formally received. Staff has concerns about too many in the community and too many in a corridor. Gas stations and car repair facilities, they are essential services for residents and visitors, but how many is too much is really the question that's at hand here. And these uses, if they ever go out of business, are logistically and financially challenging to repurpose. It's, while it's very hard to convert a gas station into something else because you've got this infrastructure with the canopy and the tanks, and it can be done, but it's a little more challenging. But at the same time, those convenience stores are a vital element to the neighborhoods here. So and convenience stores are not necessarily as part of this moratorium. If it's just a convenience store, that's a different land use. But when there's a gas station associated, that is really what the principal use is when someone's coming to the site. So with these, staff is wondering, should these only be placed at large intersections of the city? Should there be more buffer yard or distance requirements from residential properties? And that's what we're hoping to evaluate and answer as this legislation moves forward. And then lastly, we have discount dollar stores. They're defined as retail establishments, commonly known as dollar stores, having a gross floor area between 5,000 and 15,000 square feet that primarily offer convenience and consumer goods. And we did exempt a few things. If it has a pharmacy, if it sells gasoline or diesel fuel, if it primarily sells meat, seafood, cheese, oils, and vinegars, if 10%, at least 10% of the store has fresh foods, and 5% of the shelf, if less than 5% of the shelf space is to food sales, it really is not considered a small box discount store. That last one it'd be considered more of a retail facility. But we thought that this encapsulated the definition of what a discount dollar store, small box discount store is located. And again, these land uses are usually built from new construction, but a recent trend is to convert vacant buildings. It's a quick resource for residents, but studies such as those from DeKalb County, Georgia, have shown negative effects on public safety, health, and well-being of the surrounding areas. An evaluation of how much clustering should occur is really important here. So I just wanted to provide a little brief overview. Thank you for the time this evening, and if there's any questions, let me know, but I think the point of this is to ask the community. Thank you.
All right, hopefully you have a good sense on whether you want to weigh in or not. Every person present that wishes to speak can do so. I open the public hearing now. And the time is 7:08 p.m. All participants are required to state their name and address per the state law.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of Citizen District Council, located in District 1. And I'm glad this came, but again, we're getting a snapshot of a lot of things that needs a conversation, especially with the residents that live in these different areas. And I think that to have specifics on what's going to be where or the potential for it to be there needs a little more conversation before it goes into a law or a premise, because there's not enough communication with the residents when it comes to certain things that's going to be stuck in the midst of them. And seeing, like, I'm going to use District 7 just for an example now. That's just for an example. There's a lot of areas in District 7 that because it has space, you can say, oh, well, we can put this here, and it shouldn't be a problem. But it's still in the midst of residents, and it's in the place of where resident housing was. And so-called, because it has certain aspects of a mixed use, you want to change those dynamics. And that's where we run into problems at, because y'all want to decide what should go next to us. Because it's an intersection don't mean it's big enough for a gas station. If you got houses that's pretty much collectively embodies what you're finna put when you're talking about a gas station. So there's a lot of more conversation that needs to be had with some of these things before you have a public hearing, and also before you start the development. Most developments start in Pontiac, and a lot of the residents, because they live out of 500 feet, they don't even know it's going up until it's up. So we just need better communication between the development department and the residents, or the resident leaders. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Kermit Williams, 61 North Sanford. My concern, and I'm glad that you guys are taking this up, currently the city is engaging and working on a master plan. I think you should keep the moratorium until there's actually plans used for it. They mentioned dollar stores. We're the only city, I believe, in America that has a Family Dollar across the street from City Hall. And that land use for that particular building says it should be a bank or small office use, but instead we have a Family Dollar because we didn't have the right parameters in order to stop it going forward. So I would encourage the council to separate out those 3 items for what you want. The conversation that's going to deal with rental halls is not the same as the conversation that's going to deal with gas stations. And where is the environmental policy behind all of this? They just put another gas station on Baldwin Street, right in the residential area where people can't even get through the street because they put it in an area in which there's traffic. All money is not good money. And Pontiac has continually ended up as the dumping ground for businesses that could not make it anywhere else. Because we have vacant land, this should not be the place for that. And so I need the council to stand up. You've already put a moratorium in place. Go to the residents, because this should really be some small group meetings. Y'all met about everything else. When it came to marijuana, we had 15 meetings. When you start talking about land use, we're just having one special presentation. So I commend y'all for starting the ball, but don't make any decisions without taking it to the people that are actually affected and need to tell what they want to see in their neighborhood. It's disingenuous to have a planning meeting where you're actually coming up with a master plan and then change the zoning before that even happens. So thank y'all for considering tonight, but make sure that y'all stand firm and actually have a full plan for all of the citizens to see where Pontiac is going.
We're very concerned.
Your name and address.
A lot of the people in my district are very
Name and
concerned
address.
about the number of dollar stores we have.
Name and address.
What's the matter?
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, public meeting. Catherine Desereau, 1200 Colony Lane, Pontiac. Very concerned about the number of dollar stores, A. We have 2 on Walton within a mile of each other. We have a new building of fast food drive-throughs, whatever you call them, right a driveway from each other, and a bad corner in the first place, which has only made it worse at Jocelyn and Walton. People are concerned about the fact that are we going to finally put a limit on what they consider not necessary building, for instance, the dollar stores. My question would be, does this change the master plan that we really don't have yet, because the new one isn't yet there? And does it also change the new charter? And if so, how so?
Dr. Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. I'm glad you're having this discussion, and I think the moratorium should go along with the fact, and it comes at an opportune time because we are doing for the city a rewrite master plan. The master plan can set the tone for how residents want the land use to be in their communities, particularly in the residential areas that they take pride in and they want to build and want to encourage that upkeep in our communities. So if that goes along with the master plan, you can also structure and do studies on how many do you need of these different kinds of facilities. What kind of effect do they have on the residential areas where people live or work? Right now, there are a number of facilities that the residents in certain districts are having problems with. Okay, now is the chance for you to set the tone, set the parameters, set the decibel level that the noise can occur, so that it's harmonious with how people want to live in their homes and also work in their businesses. So this is a time for you to continue to have that kind of study. It's going on, should go on, and along with the housing study and the master plan, I think that's one of the main uses of doing those kinds of studies and having so much community engagement, so you can know what the residents want and how they want their communities to be developed.
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive. If I'm getting this right, I just want to commend the planning manager for bringing forth this process, because I think this right here, when we as citizens would never know when we're getting inundated with an overflow of requests. And I think that's a point. Then when they start seeing a lot of something coming into our city, it's a responsibility of that person to say, hey, let's see whether we need to take a look at this. Are we getting inundated with too many of the same things in particular areas? And I think a moratorium is something we may need to look at before we finish our master plan on a lot of things. Because as we start changing our master plan, people may rush in here and try to do things prior to we put our master plan in place. So I just believe it's the right type of move for us to put some temporary stops on on things that we see folks coming and just rushing before we make changes. So if I'm getting this correctly, they're asking for a temporary moratorium on certain things. We may need to expand it to certain other things until we get our master plan right. And it's so important, that master plan, because as we establish zoning, that is really going to drive what we get into our city into certain areas. So it's a critical time right now with us not having our master plan updated so long. People see we starting to update our master plan, they could rush in here and put a lot of what we don't want. And if we don't moratorium it, there's very little we can stop if it's already in place. Thank you.
Good evening, Administration and Council. I'm Darlene Clark, 506 Nebraska Avenue. I'm speaking as a resident. I've been to the planning meetings, some of them, not all of them, but quite a bit of them. And the one thing I noticed that the investors do, they bring forth an idea to get approved by the planning before they actually own the property, which to me is an insult for the city of Pontiac. Another thing that I noticed that they do, number two, is that they do state that they haven't taken it to any other city to see if their ideas is accepted, which is an insult to Pontiac. The worst insult to Pontiac that I can see is that this plan that you want to go forth with is giving Pontiac the same ideas that it had in 1967. Ask me how do I know, because I was around in 1967. You put the gas stations in the community so they can keep the blacks there or the minorities there where they can't come to our community. You give them the low-income dollar stores so they can buy their little whatever toys they think they need. But you don't think any better of the city of Pontiac to give us more than what you have been giving us in the past? You're not giving us any more. You're giving us less, but you're giving us a multitude of less. So before you decide to do this idea of what the people want, you first got to really hear the people. The people have spoken so many times they want better, but you refuse to give them better. The people have spoke who's been here forever. We don't want all these gas stations here, all these car washes, all these dollar stores. But you choose to not to hear them because you ask us the same questions over and over and frickin' over again. Stop asking us the questions when you have made your own plans. Give us what we want, and what we really need is better.
Any further requests to speak? Any further requests to speak? Any further requests to speak? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed at 7:20 p.m. And as the planning manager stated, this was to help inform future proposals that will require multiple readings should and when they come forward. All right, could I have a motion to suspend the rules to take up the resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance prohibiting minors from using or possessing vaping products within the city limits now? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Jones, that we suspend the rules to take up an item earlier than we had on the agenda. And the thought process is that we're about to go to resolution of recognition of elected officials, and we've got multiple elected officials here whose request is this proposal. So I figure we'll do two birds, one stone with that. This is a first reading, but so with that, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion or clarity on suspending the rules to take up that agenda item now so we can keep it moving? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on suspending the rules to shift that up on the agenda.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Okay, that motion carries. Now to begin debate, is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving that first reading? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. This is a resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance prohibiting minors from using or possessing vaping products within Pontiac city limits. Since it's an ordinance amendment, it will require 2 readings at least, so that means it will come up for a second reading in the future. This is a request that's coming to the city from the school district of the city of Pontiac, and we have representatives from the organization. So without further ado, we can turn it over to them and their legal counsel unless any further context is needed from our city staff. Okay. Mayor?
Well, there's not a lot more context, but as you said, this came from the school district. We do have our school board president here. I'll allow her to introduce her team, but I know we've got the school district's attorney here as well. So rather than stating my understanding of why they wanted to have this considered, I'll allow them to put it in their own words.
Good evening, President Council, council members, Mayor Grimo. Thank you for allowing us time here tonight at your meeting to speak. We all know that vaping is an issue within our community, and we see it firsthand with our students. And so we wanted to bring this to the council tonight to ask for your support in how we address this matter. Tonight I have with me our Vice President, Kenyatta Bowman, our interim superintendent, Dr. Kimberly Leverett, and our attorney, Daryl Seegers, who will proceed.
Good evening, everyone. So briefly, I want to thank the mayor and his staff, and he had a law firm, I believe Mr. Jake Mertaz, and a young lady, a lawyer by the name of Joanne Gurley, who were also very instrumental with this ordinance. This started over a year ago, and we're glad it's finally getting to this point. But I think we can all agree that this is a scourge on our community and on our school district as it relates to the use of vaping in the schools and in the school buildings. What this ordinance does is it sets up a system whereby if on the first offense a student will be prosecuted as a civil infraction. They will have a $50 fine. They will have 16 hours of community service to go along with that first infraction. On the second infraction, same $50 fine, also a civil infraction, and the student would get 32 hours of community service. And on the third infraction, it would then become a misdemeanor, which is very serious. And in addition to the fine of $50, there would be a minimum of 48 hours of community service. And we're hoping to deter the possession or use of any vaping apparatus, et cetera. We hope that this honorable body feels the same way and passes this ordinance. The district will be very grateful for that, and the students would also be very grateful. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that initial presentation. I think the first question, if the interim superintendent wants to get to the heart of it, or board members, what's the practical impact? What's vaping? What's going on in the schools? How's it impacting learning?
So as we know, the research is clear about the impact, the rapid impact that vaping has on our students. And so we see this as a serious message of progression in terms of vaping use, but it is a very serious problem that has impacted a large percentage of our students. elementary, middle school, as well as high school.
Thank you, Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. To the group, how did you come up with the age limit?
Well, we just wanted to make sure we captured all students within the district, and if we stopped it at 18, there are some students who are in the high school actually older than 18, and it's the 21 under 21 age requirement is consistent with the state law as well. So that's something I went over with Mr. Mertaz, who's the counsel for the city.
And the reason for my question is, I believe you can join the military at 18, you can die for the country at 18, but you're telling me I can't vape at 18.
Well, not if you're on Pontiac School District grounds, and the policy specifically, the ordinance specifically says that if you are anywhere on school grounds, you cannot have any vaping material. So yes, that is correct. If you are on school grounds, you should not have any type of vaping materials.
Well, that's a question, because I was reading your first line. It says, prohibits man from using vaping product within schools and the city of Pontiac.
Correct.
So Pontiac is bigger than the school's property.
It is.
Okay.
But it also includes our school grounds.
I understand school grounds. I just wanted to make sure that those who are willing to, as I say, die for our country can benefit from the use of the properties that is within the city. I can understand if you own school property, yes, that's a whole different issue, but the city of Pontiac seems to be a broad brush to paint for this particular ordinance.
I understand your point.
Thank you.
Council members Goodman, James, and Carrington.
Yeah, so the same thing that Councilman Parker is bringing up, because I also have worked in the school in the city of Pontiac, working at ATAP. I've taken away many a vape from high schoolers. But my concern is very similar to that. The ordinance that we have in front of us says generally in the city of Pontiac, which means, as far as I'm concerned, and as I think a lot of people would take it, that means in the city of Pontiac, period, anyone who is under the age of 21 is considered a minor for this ordinance and is prohibited from vaping anywhere in the city of Pontiac, including school property. And I have a very large problem with that. And it's not because, that is out of step with the fact that the legal age for vaping to buy one is 21 years of age. To Pastor Parker's point, there are people who can sign up for hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans. They can be tried as an adult for any number of minor crimes. This creates a concern for me. I could see us being more specific in saying that it is prohibited on school property and at city events and so on and so forth, but to just say generally in the city of Pontiac creates a large concern for me, because I'll just blatantly say this out there. Age is a thing that is very relative when you're looking at it, because how is someone going to be ticketed for this crime? Are cops going to be driving around if they see someone who's outside vaping who looks like they're young? Are they going to pull them aside and give them a ticket? If that person is actually above the age of 21, there are a lot of things that become very mixed up here very quickly, and it creates a concern where I feel like we're going to be further criminalizing our kids for a thing that is a health issue. We need to have a real conversation about cracking down on the businesses who are selling these vapes to our kids, because they're not just appearing out of thin air, right? They're being able to buy them somehow below the age that they're supposed to be able to. But I don't want us to go into the point where we're again, kind of criminalizing our kids' behavior and creating this additional thing that is going to negatively affect them. I agree that we should do something about it, and maybe, again, narrowing down to say on school property, even if we say on city property, and at city events. But this blanket of the entire city creates a lot of issues for me that I cannot support.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, I'd like to ask the school district, what is your current policy on vaping?
We have a no tolerance policy on vaping. If you are caught with it, it is confiscated.
Okay, is that a written policy?
Yes.
Okay. I have concerns about what we've received, in terms of the ordinance itself. My first concern is that it's punitive. And I think that the last thing our young people need, and we know that our students are dealing with multiple issues of trauma at a young age. We know that our students are dealing with high levels of family dysfunction. And I think the last thing we need is to find something else to penalize them for. And I'm really surprised that this is the way we've chosen to address this. It is a national issue, and it is very concerning. But I would think that there are other options in terms of maybe looking at finding incentives, looking at ways to counsel and to work with students other than setting a penalty and just really criminalizing and say, hey, if you do this, you're going to be charged this amount of money. And if you do it again, you're going to be charged even more money. And I just don't think this is the way to go about doing it. I don't think we need to impose these kind of penalties upon our students. I also feel that the age of 21 is excessive. Because the age, the age of adulthood is 18. Kids join the Army at 18. People can get married at age 18. And, to say that something is prohibited until a person is 21, I think it's excessive. I think we really need to look at how can we prevent our students from doing this. We want to be able to protect our students. But I think the way that this proposal, this ordinance goes about it, is less than ideal.
Next on the speaker's list is Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Actually, all the councils actually echoed some of my same sentiments. But I just want to ask one final question concerning the school district current policy. How many students has that current policy impacted?
Several.
Several, or you got to?
I mean, the exact number I don't have, but I mean, okay. I would say on a weekly basis, they may confiscate upwards of, 3 to 10 vape pens.
Okay. And in doing that, how long is the suspension, the suspension of a student that get caught with vape pens?
It just depends. It's case by case, but, anywhere, if it's a first offense, so many days, probably less than 5 days. Second offense, maybe a long-term suspension.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Jones?
Okay, that cleared up one question I had, but I was wondering and then this is in regards to the, consequences that you mentioned students have when they are found with these vape pens, you confiscate them. You just clarified there is a suspension that follows, but in some cases anyway. But I just wanted to know, because you mentioned that this is also affecting the elementary and middle schools as well. So my question really is how many educational presentations are kids, exposed to in the school, in the, Pontiac schools per year? And when they are caught with, these vape pens, does the school administration at all talk to these students? Are they taken and, is a punishment immediately implemented? Or is there some type of, more positive reinforcement for what we want to see? Are we, speaking to them on a one-on-one level and really educating them about what they are doing to their bodies? And, are we... Yes,
and the answer to your question is yes, there are interventions. The parents are obviously involved. But, sometimes, or oftentimes, that's just not enough. And that's why we did approach the city and said, we need some help. And it keeps recurring. So that's why we have, laws and ordinances, and that's why we have a policy, but it doesn't have the teeth that an ordinance has. And that's what we need. That's what these children need.
So that dialogue does occur then, you mean,
yes,
on a one-on-one basis, as well as maybe, annually or biannually are there presentations held at the schools?
Correct. Yes, there are.
Councilman Goodman for a second time.
So I want to ask a question that, I feel like can very easily happen based on this ordinance. So let's say there is someone who is not a student in the school district. They are no longer a student. They are a graduated 18-year-old who has a med card in the state of Michigan. And they purchase a weed vape, which they can do, having a med card at the age of 18 in the state of Michigan. Based on this ordinance, they would be guilty of a civil infraction for being a minor in the city of Pontiac with a vapor product, because it does not just state nicotine. And so what do we do in that circumstance? Because that person is fully within their right under the state of Michigan to be in possession of said weed vape, and they are not a student, and they are very well allowed to do so in Pontiac. And now, of course, there are conversations about them being in a public place and so on and so forth. But again, like it says to purchase or attempt to purchase, which again, based on city ordinance, they'd be breaking the law. Based on state law, they would not. So I, again, feel the reason for why this is happening, but I think there needs to be a lot more nuance into this, because this is far too broad, and yeah, I cannot support this the way that it is.
Regarding medical marijuana, I mean, I'm not a prosecutor, but I'm confident, and there's some criminal defense lawyers in the room here, but I think that would be a mitigating factor for a prosecutor before actually bringing that case. If a person had an actual medical marijuana card. But, you know, this is really a plea, by the district for the children of the city of Pontiac. This is a very serious matter. It impacts the learning process. It impacts the educational process. And there's nothing else we can do other than come to you to address it, other than using our policies that we're using now. And it's not working the way we want it.
So would you be willing to accept, I think the one of the change that I mentioned, I think that other colleagues would be interested in, which is like, again, like the language around it being generally in the city of Pontiac. I think a lot of us agree with the opinion that like on school property, 100%. During and at city events where there will obviously be children, 100%. But saying generally in the city of Pontiac, just creates a situation that is very rough, especially when, the third violation is a misdemeanor. And like, again, I understand the concept of civil infractions and, how that affects our children, which is still not a great thing, but I understand the point of you wanting to have some level of punishment and deterrent. But for this to end up with a, person who is very well could be below the age of 18, getting a misdemeanor very early on for vaping, does not sit with me well as someone who used to teach and used to work with high schoolers who have done other crimes that very well will be deserving of a misdemeanor, but to give them one over vaping is, I don't want to call it ridiculous because I understand where you're coming from, but it's not a solution that I think benefits our children more than it harms them.
Yeah, and the district is open to that amendment.
Okay, so obviously we're not settling this tonight. This is a first reading. Council members have identified various lines of further research and review they'd like to consider before the second reading, and I think there's clarity on that. And so we ask updates from the city's attorneys from those prospective questions that have been raised tonight as well. Anything further that needs to be spoken on this first reading before we vote to say it's been read for a first time?
I just calling for the vote.
If no one else talks, we vote. All right. The conversation will continue.
Call for the vote. I make a motion to call for the vote.
The speaker's list is done. I mean,
Okay.
the conversation continues
okay.
next time.
I thought you all was going to keep talking
So
about.
with that, Clerk Doyle, roll call on the resolution acknowledging it's been read for a first time.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We'll go back to the order. Is there any other recognition of elected officials? Anyone else that should be recognized to give an update on their position? Hearing none, we're at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, any requests tonight?
Yes, President McGinnis. First and foremost, we have Ashley, is it Keesley? Okay, what item on the agenda?
Retiree healthcare.
Okay, yes.
Retiree benefits.
All right.
Hello. So I'm here to talk about my dad. So my dad, Keith Kiesling, worked for the city of Pontiac for 20 years under the understanding that upon retirement, he would receive not only his pension, but health care coverage. A couple of council meetings ago, the mayor mentioned that all of the retirees have their health care and they're getting their pension payments, but that's not the case. My dad retired after 2011, and so he falls into the group of retirees that do not have their health care benefits returned. While other retirees await their rightfully owed payments from a massively overfunded pension fund, my father's still awaiting the health care coverage that he was promised the city of Pontiac would provide to him. The health care that was promised to him during his 20 years of service to the city, with each renewal of union contracts, promised to him upon retirement with a signed document from the emergency manager, promised to him after years and years of court proceedings culminating in the most recent agreement between the city of Pontiac and Cypria, and promised to him week after week in city council meetings with shallow updates from the administration. I recognize that the city council has done what's in their power to help move this process along, and I understand that you all have a lot on your plates, and this issue may not be at the top of your priority list. I urge you to make it a priority. With each individual retiree that passes away, the already massively overfunded pension fund gets larger as the pool of retirees gets smaller. Stop leaving retirees in the dark while you wait around because the ball is in someone else's court. Someone needs to take accountability for how long this is taking. Why isn't there a clear timeline of tasks that need to be accomplished and reasonable dates by which those will occur? When will the actuary be finished? After it's finished and approved by the city council, how long will the judge take to approve it? What can the retirees expect if for whatever reason the judge doesn't approve it? Please make simple ballpark timelines to help keep yourself accountable and transparent. On behalf of my dad, my Uncle Dan, and all the other retirees waiting on the city of Pontiac, please make this a priority and give the retirees their money and their health care benefits that they're due.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Yeah, good evening again. Two items with the 2 minutes I want to speak to. One, I want to say I really want to commend Clerk Doyle and his team for this process that they took place with keeping us informed. I had several communications in the mail from the clerk's office about this voting process. Just want to commend his office and his people for doing a great job, opening up the library, all those opportunities. We need to just realize how important that was. And at the same time, I hope everybody did hear what Clerk announced. We had over 10 million people in this country that didn't vote. Over 10 million. And so if anybody's got any questions about what happened at the polls, that they didn't like the results, look at those numbers, and it tells the story, especially in major cities around the country. The other item I want to speak to is the presentation that the county deputy Carlson made, City of Pontiac. That project is so important to the change of our city. I was fortunate enough to be nominated to be one to take part in it, and it clearly is a game changer for Pontiac. And I want to commend Deputy Carlson for including DEI in that project. Also, Deputy Sellers, Megan Sellers, very, very much is actively making sure we in the city of Pontiac take a part in this. We have to step up. Workforce development, these projects are starting now. We cannot wait. We should have people engaged in this right now. but I commend them for coming, keeping us up to date, and that's the way all of our projects should be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
I'd like to speak to a couple of the good things that are going on in our city and that were on the agenda this evening. First, we talked about the Oakland University City of Pontiac partnership to do the CRIS program to advocate for senior services to increase the kind of services we provide and activities we provide at our senior centers. You know, our senior center seniors are the most rapidly growing population demographic in the city of Pontiac right now. And it is good to be able to provide active and wholesome activities for our seniors in an environment. And we know that that question has come up in a number of times because we have one set of seniors, one senior center is not very actively utilized as much as another. So it's good that we have this Oakland University partnership. I am proud to say, and many of you, some of you were there, this last week when they had the 10th anniversary celebration of this partnership between Oakland University and Pontiac. That was one of the things that I was pleased to have under my purview, and we started that partnership the first year. I was in the office of mayor here in the city of Pontiac. So there have been many benefits about having that partnership with the city. We call it uniting urban achievement with academic excellence. The other thing is the downtown development project. And I want to emphasize something that Sean Carlson said as he talked about the feasibility studies. One of the things he brought into the attention that I keep bringing up is that they're going to do the feasibility about salvaging the amphitheater. And so, as you know, our part of the partnership was we gave the land under the Phoenix in the garage. So what can we get out of it? If we can get and salvage that amphitheater, we have the money to do that. $2 million that I got from Senator Gary Peters, as well as the money from the insurance. So I'm glad that he mentioned that because that has been, make sure we know that that's available to us.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Robin Say and John Bree. Mr. Kermit Williams.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I want to speak to item number 21, which is the grants for small businesses. I usually come up here speaking as a former elected official, but today I'm speaking as the owner of Kermit Presents. A lot of the businesses that put in applications are found in this newsletter that I put out every month. I've never got a donation from the city, but I feel like it is my service to make sure that businesses can be helped. And so I want to implore the City Council to remove the money that you are choosing to use for loans and turn those into grants for these businesses. It's my understanding that the need is great. Y'all had over 300 applications. I'm questionable about the criteria that you used in order to select them, but the point is that you are doing something great for businesses with the $37 million that we left them. But I think that instead of spending almost $1 million in loans when the median income is under $40,000 in the city of Pontiac, that you should be giving grants and expanding it. So, all right. So clearly they've sounded the alarm. Please expand the loan portion in order to give grants to small businesses. You have an opportunity to make an impact on keeping some of those businesses. This was COVID dollars. Some of these businesses that got awarded or potentially awarded weren't even around during COVID. So I don't know what that selection process is, but instead of putting businesses against each other, which I'm seeing is happening in the community, this is an opportunity to expand and use government to help the people. We used to have $1 million revolving loan fund, but I'm asking that you use that money in order to give grants to these businesses. So expand the criteria from going to the top 40 to probably going to the top 100 and making sure you can make some of these people whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Tamika Ramsey. Ms. Darlene Clark, what item? All right. Go ahead.
Good afternoon again. I'm speaking on the subcommittee reports. The problems that we see, first and foremost, earlier this year in January, February, you wanted to be transparent for the residents of Pontiac. And being transparent means bringing everything that you know to the council meeting so that people can help understand your views. In the subcommittees you have 7 subcommittees. Each one of you guys discuss among yourself whatever the plan is for the subcommittee with the administration, but you keep it there. The council meeting, as a lot of people have thought, that when you come in, when you talk about and get the approval of these subcommittees, that you're bringing information to the public. There has none been brought to the public. As a council representative for your district, it's vital, it's important. I can say so many other things than being transparent, is to please bring the information that you have with the administration so that people can know.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. President McGinnis, that concludes agenda address.
Okay, we are at what was letter E in the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to request approval of a change order for $80,000 for backfill dirt requirements for the Pontiac Youth Recreation Center?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Carrington, seconded by James, so it now can be discussed. Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think one of the understandable points of confusion here is that item E and item K both relate to the same matter, although they're slightly different worded resolutions. I understand, having talked briefly with the deputy mayor during the meeting, that item K really should not be included. Item E covers it, but I'll allow the deputy mayor to expand on that.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, as the mayor stated, item K should not have been included. It is erroneous. Item E is actually the item that you should be voting on, and the item, or the substance of the item, is that the City of Pontiac and the Oakland County Land Bank Authority had an agreement that the City of Pontiac would pay up to $300,000 during the demolition phase of McCarroll School, and that Oakland County would pay up to $500,000. We have come to a point where we have found that it is in the best interest for the city to amend that agreement to allow the city to pay up to $380,000. Why the additional $80,000? As we have gotten to the point of actually bringing the building down, and now it is time to backfill the hole, the original agreement with Oakland County called for the hole to be backfilled with standard fill. And it was programmed to be backfilled with standard fill because at the time, we did not know where the new building would actually go up, and standard fill would have been less expensive. Now that we know where the building is actually going to go up, and it is going to go up partially over the site of the demolition, we want to amend that contract to use a higher level of fill and a higher standard of compaction of that fill, so that when we actually build the building, we don't have to come back, take out the dirt, and then transport that dirt somewhere else and do the compaction at that time. So this is amending the demolition contract, but it is really pulling forward funds on the construction phase of the project so that it will save us time and save us money.
Okay, any discussion? Thank you very much for the information, and when we get to K, we'll just move to table it indefinitely. So we're at adoption of a resolution to request approval of the change order for $80,000 for backfill dirt requirements. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are at what was H in the consent agenda. It's a resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment for fiscal year 2024-2025 to increase budgeted revenues in the amount of $16,328,000 to the general fund in general ledger account number 101000532.000, raise 1, federal grants, others, and increase appropriations to the general ledger fund in account number 101447974.001, raise 1 dash trails. Is there a motion to adopt that resolution? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This was discussed a few weeks ago when we, or considered a few weeks ago when we posted the notice of the budget amendment. We have accepted, we have taken action related to the grant agreement. This is reflecting it, though, in the budget. And if there's nothing, I can hand it directly from them. Mayor, you have the floor.
Well, I do want to get to the meat of it, but I do want to note that I know this was removed from the consent agenda, but it looks like this is on the printed agenda twice, that this is the same, if I'm reading this correctly, as item number 11 on the agenda.
That's right. And when we get to that, we'll move to.
Okay.
So actually, Ms. You should have the updated agenda. That correction was caught in, there should not be a number 11. I mean, yeah.
Well, to make it neat and tidy, we'll tackle that, but we won't be voting on it twice, is the takeaway.
And with that, I'll pass it on to our representative from the contract engineering firm DLZ, Zach Hoppola, as well as our grants director, Lisa Campbell.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, this is really just a formality. We're just requesting a budget amendment to establish a revenue line and a corresponding expenditure line for the funds we're receiving for the Pike Street project for the raised grant.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
So I'm looking at the grant award tracker sheet, and it says this was awarded in 2023. And my question is, it doesn't say received. Has the $16 million been received as of yet?
To my understanding, it wouldn't be able to be received without having the revenue line in place. So we just entered into the contract agreement a couple weeks ago. So we needed to establish a revenue line to actually receive those funds and start actually expending those funds.
And so my follow-up is this including the Ralph C. Wilson money for this project or no?
No, ma'am. This is just purely the funds from the government, the $16 million for the raised grant.
Right. And so just so that I make sure, so this is for the East Pike. So the rate, I guess I should ask the administration. To the administration, the Ralph C. Wilson agreement that we did to make sure that we could receive the $4-point-something million, is that to be included with this grant towards East Pike, or am I mistaken about that? I yield to the president to yield to the mayor.
We still are awaiting that request to come before City Council specifically for that grant funding. Unless
today
my
is it?
memory is faulty. It's the same project, but it's the philanthropic bucket that we should be, we did vote on October 29th on
We did.
that action, but is there any further vote that we need, Mayor?
Yeah, so it's all the same project. The raise grant requires a match, and the Ralph C. Wilson Foundation generously has provided the funding, or is in the process of providing the funding for the match, which is about a fifth of the cost of the total project. So the Ralph C. Wilson Foundation is providing almost $4 million roughly. The raise grant is $16-some million, so the total project cost is estimated to be a little over $20 million. The only remaining element that needs to come before City Council in the near term is that the Ralph C. Wilson Foundation does not award grants directly to city government. And so it is awarding the grant to the Pontiac Community Foundation. And the Pontiac Community Foundation wants to have, understandably and appropriately so, a separate agreement with the city. And so that will have to come before City Council for approval.
When should we expect that? Do we know?
Well, I'm not crystal clear on that, but I think Director Campbell has some insight into that.
Good evening, Honorable Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and the City of Pontiac. So we are meeting with Ralph C. Wilson Foundation tomorrow to go over the new timeline and the new project costs so that they can work with the Pontiac Community Foundation to identify the timeline for disbursement of those funds. So,
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Ms. Campbell, so the fiduciary gets how much of the percentage of the Ralph C. Wilson? And the reason why I'm asking is because I'm a little confused, because from my understanding, I was told we give it, the Ralph C. Wilson gives it to the community foundation, then the city gives them back and then they reimburse us. Is that how it's going, or am I confused?
so for this particular grant, the fiduciary fees that Ralph C. Wilson is providing to the Pontiac Community Foundation is outside of the $4 million grant. So the city will receive all of those grant funds, and they will separately provide those fiduciary fees to the Pontiac Community Foundation. So it's not a reduction in our grant.
And do we know how much they receive?
We do not know that. That agreement has not been drafted yet.
Can you let me know when that happens, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, and many of you watching might have picked up on this, but the project that you've heard touted and we've considered before, it's a complete reconstruction of Pike Street from Front Street all the way to where it ends on the east side at Eastway. So the road will be completely reconstructed, and there will be a connector of the Clinton River Trail, a 10-foot wide sidewalk separate from the road. So really a massive enhancement for parts of District 1, the downtown, and District 7 for what is a very deteriorated and crumbling Pike Street that I was driving yesterday and today and thinking it can't come soon enough. But this funding comes into us this fiscal year. Is there a current target? I think the federal government says we have to use it by, is it 2032? We want to use that a lot sooner, of course. Is there a timeline?
Yeah, so we have a brief timeline there. So we're targeting construction to actually begin in 2027. So now that the contract has actually been awarded with the city, now we can pursue an RFP to get design engineering done and create construction documents. That'll be a pretty lengthy process, and then we'll go back out for an RFP for a actual contractor to perform the construction in 2027. We don't have an exact time frame on how long the construction is going to take. We still have to go through those engineering discussions and have those conversations, but construction is targeted to begin in 2027.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, another final thank you to the United States government, specifically the Department of Transportation, for choosing Pontiac, because there was a very competitive process, and it's a big deal to be able to make these major improvements with funds that aren't eating into our general fund. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the budget amendment.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the budget's hereby amended. Could I please have a motion to postpone indefinitely what had been K, resolution requesting partnership with the Land Bank Authority on
So
demolition of
moved.
McCarroll?
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. Any discussion or clarity needed on the postponing indefinitely this duplicate item? Yes, ma'am.
So, I just want to know, we moved up the 80,000 because we were short, or did the county take away money? I was a little confused with that.
It's using more money than anticipated from the city side, so that way we could have nicer dirt.
And what
More premium and compacted dirt is what the administration shared.
And where is that money coming from, a general fund, or is it coming from ARPA?
Funding source?
It is our intention to take it from the ARPA funds. Again, we are pulling forward the funds that were set aside for the building of the community center. It can also come from the $3.2 million that are already set aside in the general fund. Either way, it is funds that have already been set aside for the building of the community center. It's pulling forward the expenditure of those funds so that it is more efficient as opposed to waiting until we actually go to put the building up.
But what we voted on a few minutes ago doesn't speak to funding sources, it speaks just authorizing that additional, okay.
Just in future references, if they can tell us where the money's coming from so that people can know, because it's getting confusing for me, because we said we only have a certain amount of money in ARPA to spend, and now we're taking $80,000 more, so I'm getting confused on what's the funding source.
What the deputy mayor is claiming, although we don't know definitively yet, is that we've already voted on ARPA funding for the youth recreation center, so some of it can be pulled from there, but we haven't done that action yet. We just said it's okay to do the additional fill dirt $80,000 expense.
I would prefer we don't take it out of ARPA, but that's just me.
The motion, though, is about postponing this indefinitely, this duplicate resolution. Any further discussion or clarity? Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are now at what had been number 7, the first ordinances. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a municipal ordinance amendment for commercial parking lots?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. We give the floor to the administration. Oh, I'm sorry. It was moved by Jones? Moved by Jones, seconded by Parker. My apologies. Administration has the floor.
Thank you. We have a lot of private parking lots downtown that serve the public, and by that I mean they're not parking for a particular retailer or a particular residential complex, but they're open to the public, and the owner of the lot says, hey, if you pay this amount, you can park here. That's a result of emergency management, when emergency managers sold on the cheap all of the city-owned surface parking lots downtown. And these parking lots have not been subject to many regulations in the past. This proposed ordinance would change that to enhance safety, to enhance affordability, and to enhance the overall clarity through signage of what those members of the public who are going to park in these lots can expect in terms of price. And with that, I'll turn it over to our planning manager, Mark Andrick, to get into more details.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again. So I do have a presentation tonight just explaining what this ordinance is. There are some of the ordinance language is actually up on the PowerPoint, so I'm going to do my best to paraphrase and really set the tone of what is actually being proposed here. So again, while the city has a parking ordinance for all lots, there is not an ordinance or regulation specifically for paid parking lots. A lot of them are just general parking lots. You find it in the zoning code. There's a few elements in the municipal code. And the city-owned parking lots, particularly downtown, were sold off to private entities around 2012 by the emergency manager. Now, I want to establish that the current issues with the parking are not that they are privately owned, but there is a concern with these lots for safety, access, and general welfare of these lots. This ordinance, which is proposed citywide, not specifically to downtown, would provide regulations for all commercial parking lots where users pay to park off-site. The ordinance is only for the municipal code amendment. It's only a municipal code amendment, as this aligns with certain aspects of the lots for health, safety, and general welfare. The point is, no zoning code changes are proposed at this time, because we're acting as a little bit of a different function having to do with the health and safety of lots, and some of which are already built. And it's more appropriate to put in the municipal code than it is in the zoning code. This ordinance applies to any parking lot where there's an hourly, weekly, monthly, or yearly fee. This may be a permanent or temporary lot. So if you're looking at a parking lot for Avon Donuts or a parking lot for a gas station, that does not apply. The current rules for the zoning ordinance and the municipal ordinance already would still apply. This is only for paid lots for users that are parking off-site. This ordinance also categorizes commercial lots of 5 or more spaces and large commercial lots of 100 or more spaces. And I'll get into the regulatory differences in the code. So there are 6 items for safety reasons for this lot. 1, the commercial parking lots must have adequate ingress, egress, internal circulation. This gives the ability for the fire department to review, maybe this parking lot has been there for 60 years and the setup does not allow for adequate ingress and egress. The property owner would have to go through a site plan to be able to give proper ingress and egress for public safety purposes. B, commercial parking lots shall not be designed in a way that will require patrons to back out of a lot into a public right-of-way. C, the entire parking lot must be constructed from concrete or asphalt, and which shall not retain pooling water and must remain free of dust or loose particles. This is exempt if the permit is part of an approved temporary use permit. So this ordinance also applies to paid parking for temporary uses, but obviously this aspect in number C would not apply there because typically those are on grass and gravel and related surfaces. D, requirement for minimum and maximum lighting standards. Again, that parking lot may be there for 70 years, but there is a public safety component that it must be lit well, but not overly bright to cause issues off-site as well. So in this, the guidelines that we have in the ordinance are for foot candles, which is the typical measurement reading, and this is very consistent with what you have with parking lots throughout the city if they were to be designed currently. E, requires signage on site, a minimum of 6 inches in height for lettering, including contact information and parking costs. This is to ensure pure transparency about, as an example, when you're going into a parking lot, how much does it cost? I mean, it could be spray painted, and that would still suffice with this, but we also need contact information if there's an issue. We want to make sure owners don't get stuck on lots, whether it's the parking's misconfigured, you know, maybe in a temporary lot, or that the parking gate, for example, might not be working. So the contact information also needs to be posted, and it must be 6 inches in height for that lettering. And then F, commercial parking lots, you know, in surrounding areas must be kept free of dirt, ice, litter, snow. It must be kept in a safe condition for travel pedestrians. And then obviously, as we typically see in the winter, part of the parking lot may be used to store ice and snow from the plowed lot. So there are 5 elements of general welfare for these lots, and again, this applies to all commercial parking lots under this ordinance. But this is a very key thing. It shall not require payment prior to the time of vehicle exiting the lot. And then commercial parking lots shall not charge individuals whose vehicle remains in the lot for less than 5 minutes before exiting the lot. So this is a little bit of a change for some of the parking lots in the city that really gives people a 5-minute grace period to be able to leave the parking lot without paying. B, it must comply with the city's zoning ordinance. You know, we just wanted to specifically identify that, and also limiting outside storage use, that something that would have to be approved through the zoning through a zoning permit. C, all improvements necessary must be approved, complied, and constructed within 6 months of the effective date of this ordinance. This is giving property owners that have these parking lots time to make those improvements. D, all commercial parking lots must obtain a business license. That is a free permit, but we wanted to ensure that they were involved in the program. So we had proper contact information and they were kept up to code. And then E is more of a legal thing, but it's no contract, agreement, lease, receipt, rule, or regulation shall exempt any person owning or operating a commercial parking lot from damage or loss caused by the negligence of the owner or operator or contractor or subcontractor of the owner or operator. And this is really a consumer protection clause. There are 2 additional regulations having to do with large commercial parking lots. These are for 100 or more spaces. So again, if you're charging, there's 50 cars in your lot, you're charging for parking, this would not apply. But if it's 100 or more, these 2 items do. 1, must provide an attendant during all posted hours of operation. And 2, the city has a compelling interest to ensure residents have access to affordable parking. There's some additional language within the ordinance. The following proposal is designed with this in mind. The proposed maximum fee is $15 per day. Valet parking, where a user drops their car off at a business and the car parked by an attendant in another property location, is exempt from this maximum fee provision. You could not take your car to a lot, to the entrance of the lot, and have this required valet service that had it parked in the lot. That would not be exempt from the $15 fee. But if you, we have a definition in this ordinance that identifies what the valet parking is. So in conclusion, this ordinance is for paid parking lots. and it attempts to provide proper regulations for safety, health, and general welfare of the community. This is intended to be really a customer-friendly ordinance that really provides quality parking in the city of Pontiac. So I do want to say that we've worked with Miss Morgan Martin, who's here from the Kelly firm. If you have any questions, she may be also to assist how this applies. We did share this with the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee recently, but this is the first reading, and I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, again, first reading, so it'll be before us next week as well. Deliberations, Councilwoman James.
Yes, I have one question. I'm not sure what letter it was, but it mentioned storage of ice and snow on the property. And when I read that, I suddenly had a vision of Lot 9, the fact that in the wintertime, that guy just piles snow on that lot. And I wasn't sure exactly what that read, whether or not that's allowable or not allowable.
Okay. As part of this, and this is, I'm going to answer this for all parking lots, large parking lots in the city. When there is a snow event that is 3, 6, or more inches, there's a lot of compacted snow that has to get plowed. And it is very difficult to take that to an off-site location. And when you look at shopping centers, you typically see a pile. It may still be out there in April melting a little bit. Yeah. This allows that because logistically it's very challenging to remove that from the site. So this would continue to allow the piling of it, but it does say the remaining parts, the sidewalks, the parking areas need to be, well maintained if you're having people park there. Okay. So if you're a patron that's parking there, you should not be, if that storm is passed, we're not saying it's currently snowing, but if that storm is passed, you are responsible for clearing that snow and ice or whatever is on the ground.
Okay, so they're allowed to compact the snow from their own lot?
Correct.
Okay, but they can't have people bringing their snow to that lot and dumping it.
I think that's a wonderful consideration. I did not know. I mean, I think we can take that into consideration. I'm not
sure if that it doesn't happen in Lot 9, because it's just that they seem to accumulate quite a bit of snow there, and it's eyesore every winter, when we have heavy snow. Just wanted to make sure that the ordinance will cover that. Okay. And you do have, some solutions for that.
Okay, thank you.
And to that point, I think it's a matter of what does a parking lot, what permissions are there for beyond just the parking of vehicles? Is there something that specifies about storage of equipment, storage of, renting out boats, or boat storage, all that stuff? Yeah. I mean, that kind of gets to that, if it's a storing of natural materials or natural waste. Yeah.
Outside of snow and ice, this ordinance with the items for outside storage is really limited, and there is a possibility they could have a little bit of an area for storage, but they'd be required potentially to screen that and to make that in a confined area, but it would have to follow the zoning code at that point. Now, an existing parking lot for 70 years, we don't have as much control of it, but with this ordinance, if it passes, would have a little bit more control about what's being stored on site.
Any further discussion for this first reading? Again, it'll be before us next week. Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution acknowledging it being read for a first time.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Jones? This is the first reading of the commercial parking lots. Okay. Carrington?
Yes.
Okay. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at the resolution to approve the Department of Public Works to purchase one set of 4 Mohawk MP18 mobile column truck hoists and associated equipment for an amount not to exceed $81,854.93. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman James, seconded by Councilman Goodman. It is now before us for consideration. The administration has the floor.
Thank you. This is a resolution to acquire some important and needed equipment for the DPW, and I'll turn it over to the Deputy Mayor to explain it in detail.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. As has been noted, there are a couple of changes on the agenda, but this item is an item to purchase hoist for the DPW department. When we change out plow blades and do other work on the large machinery, one way to do it is to, just be a grease monkey and slide underneath the vehicle on a skid, but that is very inefficient. These hoists will allow us to jack the machines up, get underneath them, and do the work in a much more efficient and effective manner. The proposed source of funding for this is to come out of capital improvement funds, and these are funds that actually were contemplated at the beginning of the year when the budget was put together and requested by the DPW department.
Okay, what's the turn time in terms of approval versus delivery of the order, if that's known?
So I don't know the delivery time. It was anticipated, though, that these would be hopefully ordered and delivered before the actual first snow event. So the anticipation is that it would be within, the next 30 days, but I don't know the actual time. Unfortunately, the individual who was going to make this presentation had an emergency earlier today, and I have not been able to speak with them on that time frame.
Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Concerning these items, I know we've been dealing with not having enough space for DPW department. So,
yes,
do we have enough space to actually put these up and utilize them?
Yeah. So great question. The answer is yes, and really, hopefully, going to be yes. So these items are movable, so they can actually be used where we are currently. That would not be ideal, but it is possible. But we do have another location, as you know, that we are looking at and contemplating, and these items can be moved to that location as well.
No further questions.
Okay, Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, so we have a lot of things that we've ordered, haven't got it delivered. You're saying this is gonna be done in a timely fashion. And so my question is, let's say that the proposed place, we don't vote for it and it's voted down. What's our contingency plan on where these items are going to go? That's my first question. Secondly, what is the requirements of directors and days they're supposed to be in their departments? Because I have some questions about several items that have been ordered out of this department, and I haven't been able to reach the director. So I yield to the administration for those two questions. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So as far as being able to reach the director, thank you for alerting me that you've had that difficulty. I will, speak with the director, speak with you, make sure that you can reach them. But again, as far as where and how the equipment will be used, it is portable equipment, so it can be used at the existing facility, and it can be moved to a new facility if we get a new facility.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution approving the mobile column truck hoist and associated equipment for not to exceed amount of $81,854.93.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
No.
Goodman?
Yes.
6 yeas, 1 nay.
The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at a resolution to approve the executing of 4 storm sewer repair as-needed vendor contracts. We have previously voted to authorize the funding use, but this is for the vendor contracts, which, correct me if I'm wrong, this does the obligating. It's the O word that's critical, so that way we meet that end-of-the-year obligation deadline related to ARPA funds. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the executing of 4 storm sewer repair vendor contracts?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Jones. The matter is now before us, and information can be received from the administration.
Thank you. As we've discussed before, the city suffers from many years, decades really, of poorly and insufficiently maintained stormwater sewer lines. As folks know, the County Water Resources Commission has jurisdiction now and owns the water lines and the sanitary sewer lines, but the stormwater sewer lines are still under the city's ownership and jurisdiction. And when stormwater sewer lines fail, it creates a lot of problems, including sinkholes in roadways, including backing up of water that obstructs roadways. So it's something that does seriously impact the quality of life of residents. And previously, the City Council allocated $2 million of ARPA funds for the purpose of better maintaining our stormwater sewer lines. But this is to actually enter into the contracts with providers of those services. And with that, I'll turn it over to Zach Coppola again from DLZ.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, so as you see before you, we are looking to actually enter into agreements with 4 separate contractors, each to have a not to exceed amount of $500,000. Most of those are actually existing cooperative agreements that they have extended that pricing and that contract to us, one of which being SAK Construction. So we are utilizing a cooperative agreement with the City of Livonia, but they also do a number of different projects for the Water Resources Commission and actually doing a lot of sanitary sewer lining in the City of Pontiac currently. We are also recommending that we use pipeline management to also provide those same services for sewer pipe lining. We would be looking at utilizing a cooperative agreement with Oakland County Water Resources Commission. On top of that, we would also be looking to continue utilizing Great Lakes Contracting, who is currently a contractor with the city for actual open cut of the ground and actual removal and repairs, physical repairs. And then the last contractor being D'Angelo Brothers, who's currently a contractor for Oakland County Water Resources Commission. Again, another cooperative agreement to perform those open cut repairs, replacement of the storm sewer pipe. And they are also a contractor that currently works within the city with WRC.
Okay, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. With these cooperative agreements, this is actually to bring the price of this work down to a reasonable cost?
Yeah, so all of these contracts have gone through a thoroughly vetted RFP process where they've established in those contracts that the contractor would be willing to extend those cooperative pricing. A lot of the times with Oakland County Water Resources Commission, they will do that with their contractors, so then other entities within the community can utilize those pricings.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion on that resolution? Councilman Rutherford. Oh, I'm sorry, and then Councilman Parker.
You stated earlier that this was vetted during the RFP. So who vetted it?
Are you asking, so those 3 of the 4 contractors would have gone through other entities as far as vetting. They would have gone through a thorough RFP process and gone through multiple different bids. And typically that goes through the low bid that comes in, and then they ensure that that is a quality bidder before actually issuing that contract to them. So again, 3 of the 4 contractors are all currently working with Oakland County Water Resources Commission. 2 of them, we are using their cooperative agreement, one of which we are actually using a cooperative agreement that was just entered into with the City of Livonia recently. So that is current pricing.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Parker, followed by Councilman James.
Thank you, Brother President. My question is, Working with these cooperative agreements, how do we ensure that they are, one, some of these are minority-owned, and two, that they're following some of our workforce development initiatives?
So in the matter of, for construction purposes, and the way we looked at who we were going to select to work in the city of Pontiac, our number one goal was to ensure that we had contractors in here who know the city, who work in the city, who have encountered the difficulties that we have with our utility infrastructure. Every single one of these contractors currently work within the city limits, whether it be for WRC or for the city of Pontiac. That was our number one goal, is to make sure these contractors that are coming in know exactly what they're going to be working with. They're not going to be looking for any type of change orders or anything of that matter, right? They know the environment they're coming to work within, and we want to make sure that they're getting the job done correctly, and we're getting as much work done as possible, because your storm sewer desperately needs it.
I'll talk with you offline.
Councilman, yes, I think you're next. Councilman James?
Okay. Zach, thank you so much for the work that you do. The write-ups on this, it sounds like it's a pretty complicated project. And but two things. We know we got a grant to be able to do the upfront work, to be able to do the assessment of our lines. And I'm thinking that whatever these contractors are going to be doing, that work will be based on the assessment. So if you could just kind of give the residents an idea of what the priority, we know the $2 million is not going to cover all of the problems, but if you could just kind of tell the residents what are the priority issues that we're going to be trying to address with the $2 million. And then secondly, in terms of how they are going to be executed, will these contractors be going out and looking at a situation and giving the city an estimate on what they would charge to be able to do each individual job? Is the city going to be assigning work to these contractors? How's that going to be handled? Those are the two questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. So I'm going to answer your last question first, and then I'll circle back. And so the way this is going to work is each individual contract has line item pricing for different removals, repairs, whatever that may be. So let's say you've got a 12-inch storm sewer that needs to be removed and replaced. They have existing line item costs for that. Or if we're looking to just line the pipe and not disturb the ground around it, again, there's typically based off of the diameter of the size of the pipe. We would determine the linear footage that would need to be replaced, and that's how we would be establishing that budget for that work. We already have all the line item pricing down there, so we, as the engineering and DPW, will be assessing and evaluating the linear footage that we're looking to repair, and then just extending that to the contractor, notifying them that this is where we will be sending them. But there won't be any negotiating of prices because those are already established in the contract. To follow up on your original question, alluding to the grant, so the City of Pontiac currently has a high water infrastructure grant where we are going through and systematically doing CCTV footage of all the storm sewer within the City of Pontiac. That was about $1.875 million to do that. At first, we were prioritizing your large diameter storm sewer pipe, but we have already gone through most of that. And when I refer to large diameter, I mean about 48 inches, so a nice big 4-foot wide storm sewer all the way down to 24 inches. And we've actually got an amendment to even reduce that because we're seeing a lot of production with those funds, and we're getting through most of the city. So all of that footage we're able to do. They provide PACP ratings on those, so they actually report back to us where all the deficiencies are in the pipe, the exact footages of those. There's national rating codes on those evaluations, and so we'll be gathering all of that this winter to really determine what critical needs the city has, which there is a lot of needs, but it'll be going after the critical ones. So that way we can try and avoid and mitigate any potential sinkhole issues or anything like that. This winter, we'll be going through that process. Right now, we are just trying to obligate the funds for the ARPA requirements. And then over the next 18 months or so, once springtime comes around, we'll be looking to actually start this construction.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution to approve the executing of the 4 storm sewer repair as needed vendor contracts.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and thank you for the in-depth answers. We're at the resolution to approve the renewal of the Michigan Indigent Defense Council fiscal year 25 grant award for legal services, moved by Councilman Rutherford. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. It is now before us for consideration. Does the administration have anything before we hand it off to the MIDC representatives? All right, MIDC representatives, take it away. The button to the right on the black device. Yep.
Good evening, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Richard Taylor. I am the Michigan assigned corporate counsel for 50th District Court. So my basic responsibilities are to oversee the 24 attorneys that are on our roster that perform the public defender's work within 50th District Court. We primarily have approximately 2,500 cases that we deal with throughout the course of the year. And all of those cases that our office deal with are misdemeanors. We do not deal with the felony matters that come through the court that's handled through a different MIDC office through Oakland County. So primarily, we are here in order to ask for a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2025 budget for the MIDC office. For those of you that don't know, particularly those of the council members that don't know, because this budget was actually presented to the subcommittee, I believe about last month. I think we were before the subcommittee on the law department in which the budget was submitted. And so basically it is up for approval based on your decision today between for the MIDC Commission, the state of Michigan, October the 15th, 2024. So that's why it's very important for us to present to you guys the budget and for the resolution so that you can understand what the budget is and what it breaks down to. The budget for 2025 is $1,301,249.13, and there's a local contribution of $18,164.05. If you notice that, we'll notice that the budget for last year of 2024, the state grant was $1,741,055.88, and the local share remained the same at $18,164.05. Based on the budgeting and based on the disposition of the grant, the local share does not change. It will continue to remain at the $18,164.05. There was a decrease in the budget for the 2025 state grant due to the fact that there is a standard in which the MIDC office, the local office, or I should say our office, has to bill. We only billed, I believe it was 23%? 23% of the total amount of the grant of the $1,741,055. That's why the budget for the 2025 grant was reduced to the amount that I indicated, the $1,301,249.13. So that is just really the basis of it in terms of what the budget is that still requires the approval of this council so that it can be submitted to the MIDC grant commission that is meeting this coming Friday.
Thank you for the work that MIDC does for the residents and people of Pontiac. Is there any discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I didn't have any discussion, but I did want to say thank you for your continued work. And I know even from the subcommittee, you share with some of the challenges that you're having with making sure that people are represented effectively and efficiently. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution to approve the renewal of the Michigan Indigent Defense Council Fiscal Year 25 Grant Award for Legal Services.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you. We are now at the resolution authorizing the issuance of a good faith offer, statement of necessity, and declaration of taking for the acquisition of easements across 3 parcels owned by PLTC 3 Realty Investment LLC, Pontiac Clinton River Number 3 Drainage District, Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner, and Oaks Drainage District as part of the Bagley Street Sidewalk Project. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution so we can begin debate? And is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, second by Councilman Rutherford.
That was me.
I'm so sorry. Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. And so that's now before us. Administration, anything before it's handed to the attorney?
Well, I'll just say that, as you noted, this relates to the Bagley Street project, and it more specifically relates to the need to acquire some additional right-of-way before that project can be entirely completed. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joe Kalani from Clark Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Kalani from Clark Hill. Yes, actually, I think on the printed agenda on the that was on the website has items 12 and 13, and I think the item number 13 is the actual resolution. I just want to make sure that's clarified. So you can get rid of 2 things at the same time. The actual resolution that is being adopted is item number 13.
All right, well, set aside numbers. Let's deal with the resolution itself.
Correct. So the resolution.
We have moved and seconded. Got to sort through all your legalese.
All those things should be really, the resolution should be first, and then all the other stuff is the backup information. But basically, there are certain requirements under the Uniform Condemnation Procedures Act that the city must follow in order to condemn property for a public purpose. In this case, we're condemning about 2 feet in order to extend the right-of-way of the road to a full 20 feet. And that's what we've made multiple attempts prior to having to do this, having to come before the city council in order to obtain the resolution and request the declaration of taking and determination of necessity.
Okay, so
but
stop there.
We've had no effort.
Stop there. What did you flag as the issue between the 2 resolutions?
There's just one resolution. They should have all been together.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at.
The administration submitted 2 separate resolutions.
One is a declaration of taking.
Right.
And one is a declaration of necessity.
Right.
They've done them in 2 resolutions.
Right. That's not how it's, the only thing that needs to be adopted is that second one, the determination of necessity. It contains all the requirements of all the other things that you just mentioned.
Okay, so what we have before us is a motion authorizing the issuance of a good faith offer, statement of necessity, and declaration of taking for the acquisition. Let's go to the resolution, see if it says what you think it needs to say.
If you go into the now therefore be it resolved.
Repeat that, I'm sorry?
If you go to the now therefore be it resolved, it should have all that information in there.
Now therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me by applicable provisions of Michigan law, it is now declared that the easement is being taken by the city for public improvement purposes. The declaration of taking shall be recorded. That's the only therefore in this first resolution that is now before us. Deputy Mayor Stevens?
City Council President, what the attorney has mentioned is he believes that it's item number 13 that has the longer now therefore be it resolved that he believes has the information that is required.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
so-
sure how this all happened, but what number 13 should have been the resolution that you approve, and it identifies all those other items that you mentioned that's item number 12. So
Okay, so do you wish us to withdraw the motion and the second of this, what you feel is inadequate initial resolution?
correct. Why don't you withdraw that and then adopt or propose? I propose that you adopt item number 13.
And this happened in part because the man who helps play traffic cop for the many swirling requests the administration has, the deputy mayor, unfortunately suffered death of his father-in-law. And so at a critical day, there were people that were pitch hitting, but as a result, there are multiple items on the agenda that were multiple submitted or weren't flagged as duplicative. So now we've got two related but dissimilar that one does not accomplish what we need. So, and we send our condolences. That's not a read on the deputy mayor. That's just reality. And we do reiterate our sincere condolences on the passing of your father-in-law. Is there, Councilwoman Jones and Councilman Parker, do you withdraw your motion and your second? Okay. Can I please have a motion to postpone indefinitely that resolution? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we postpone indefinitely what had been number 13 on the agenda. I'm looking at a printed copy that actually has more than what you're looking at. So it's written as two different items. What you saw as the 11, didn't have as the 11, we've got it. Meaning we've got two of the resolutions about the raise grant. So therefore, the numbers we're referencing don't look the same to everybody. So the motion we are postponing is this resolution, no matter what you number it, that is authoring the issuance of good faith offer, statement of necessity, and declaration of taking, et cetera. Do you stand by your move in your second, Rutherford and Parker? Yes. Clerk Doyle, are you clear on what we're postponing? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to indefinitely postpone that resolution.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Stepped
He
away.
stepped away. Okay. James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker. Yes. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It's postponed indefinitely. We're now at a resolution declaring the necessity to acquire highway easement and authorize Clark Hill PLC to institute condemnation proceedings to acquire highway easement. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker and seconded by Councilwoman Jones. And importantly, it states that now therefore be it resolved that the City Council for the City of Pontiac declares that the completion of the Bagley Street project is a public improvement within the scope of the city's powers, since the improvement is for the benefit of the public, and therefore it is permissible for the city to initiate condemnation proceedings to acquire the easement necessary to facilitate the completion of the Bagley Street project. 2, the City Council authorizes the Clark Hill PLC law firm to present a good faith offer letter to the owner for the acquisition of the easement in exchange for the payment of just compensation based on an appraisal by a state certified appraiser, and in the event the owner rejects said good faith offer, institute a condemnation lawsuit for the acquisition of the easement for the Bagley Street project. 3, the City Council further authorizes the mayor and city clerk to execute any documents needed for the condemnation lawsuit, including but not limited to the statement of necessity and declaration of taking consistent with procedures as set forth in the UCPA. 4, the City Council on behalf of the city reserves the right to bring federal or state cost recovery actions against the owner for costs incurred by this office as a result of the release of hazardous or toxic substances or materials which may have occurred on the easement. Attorney, does that cover the items that need to be identified?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr.
And
President.
is there anything further that you want to give us in terms of context?
Sure. In terms of context, essentially, what we're looking for is roughly 1,000 square feet that has been recommended by the engineers who are pursuing the Bagley Street project. This is roughly the right-of-way that's needed is 20 feet. The right-of-way that's there is currently 18. We're actually acquiring 2 feet that extends across several lots at the corner of, I think it's Irvine and Bagley.
Councilman Rutherford?
What's the timeline for the individual to be compensated?
What's the timeline? As soon as he can be, the owner would be compensated based on the good faith offer immediately.
Okay.
So what happens typically is, and one of the requirements under the Uniform Condemnation Procedures Act is the amount that we propose as a good faith offer has to go into escrow and held in escrow. And then the owner of the property has decisions to make. It's a two-step process under the Uniform Condemnation Procedures Act. The first is determination of whether or not there's necessity. They have the option of asking the court to consider, have a hearing on that aspect alone. Most of the time, property owners don't contest necessity, in which case they usually contest the amount of the just compensation.
Okay. And I'm only asking because I know that he's going to contact me once we vote on this.
Sure.
So that's why I don't want him to be belabored anymore. He's been going back and forth, so I just want to make sure that this is done fair and impartial.
We have reached out multiple times and have not heard from him at all.
Can you
So
reach out?
nobody's contacted us, and yet
Okay.
we've attempted to contact them. So,
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Clerk Doyle, can you confirm the headline, the header of the resolution you have before us that we're considering? I want to make sure you have the true and accurate copy, because there's just a number of pages that are very duplicated and similar, and I want to make sure you've got a legit one that we're considering.
So resolution declaring the necessity to acquire a highway easement and to authorize Clark Hill PLC to institute condemnation proceedings to acquire highway easement.
And you've got the whereases and the resolved, and it's all neat and tidy?
Yep.
Okay. Does any council member have any further question or clarification? Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Rutherford?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for helping us work through what you had anticipated versus what was provided to us.
Always a pleasure.
All right, is there a motion to adopt the resolution for the city council to approve the mayor or deputy mayor to execute the AIA A133-2019 agreement with Clark White, a joint venture to provide pre-construction and construction manager at-risk CMAR services for the new youth center design project? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Carrington, support.
Okay, so it's been moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, so we could begin debate. Administration, can you help us understand the nature of your request?
Yes, I want to just start by pointing out that although this item is listed on the agenda as item 15, it's in the packet as number 14, just so folks are following along. The council is aware that back in the spring, we retained Clark White for purposes of pre-construction phase construction management work under a construction management at-risk contract, and they helped with the preliminary design work that was done by the architect and engineering team. But as we continue moving through the design process, we also want to retain them for purposes of the construction phase, construction management work. And I'm going to turn it over to our Parks and Recreation Director, Terrence Price, to get into more details. But I also want to note that we have Jeff Gallant here from Clark Hill as an attorney who has been directly negotiating this contract with Clark White. And we also have a representative from Clark White here as well. With that, Director Price.
Good evening. Just like the mayor mentioned before you, we have a resolution that we request
for agreement for Clark White, a joint venture to provide construction manager at risk services for the construction phase of the new Youth Recreation Center project. This agreement is crucial for the provision of providing a construction manager to work alongside the architectural and engineering firm hired to design the center and to oversee construction. The solicitation process to hire a CMAR complies with the city's municipal code, Division 2, purchasing Section 2, 517, 2-518, and 2-519 about major purchases. The construction manager at risk, AIA document A133-2019 for pre-construction services was previously executed by all authorized signers for both parties. The project will use funds from a combination of the general ledger account and the general ledger account youth center. Clark White expressed how important the City of Pontiac design project is to them and previously committed a lump sum of $21,020 for all pre-construction activities. Through additional firms competitively priced the pre-construction phase of the project, but their costs were higher. Clark White cost proposal was the lowest. Considering the need to be in compliance with the city's municipal code Division 2, purchasing Section 2-517, 2-518, and 2-519 about major purchases, we ask the council to approve the authorization for the mayor or deputy mayor to execute the AIA 133-2019 agreement. Conditions of the contract for construction will accompany the agreement for construction phase services as outlined above in the attached contract.
Thank you, sir. Administration, do you want to add anything to what the park director said?
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. For those listening at home or who don't have documents in front of you to follow, the layman's terms of what was just put in front of us is that when we hired the architectural firm, we also hired Clark White Construction to look over the architectural documents to make sure that what was designed with the most cost-effective building and possible. And they were only hired to do that part of the process. At this point, we are ready to move forward with awarding a contract to actually be responsible for building the building, and this is the first part of that.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. At this time, council is open for discussion. Councilwoman Melanie Rilliford.
Okay, so we agreed to do the pre-construction. We never agreed to do the construction management. One, was the RFP put out for this? Two, where earlier Mr. Price said that the bid for the pre-construction, there were 3 other people, and their 2 bids were higher than this bid, but there was no bidding for the construction manager. So how would we know if the other 2 people would come in lower? Because they were never given the opportunity to bid. And 3, because I got 3 questions, isn't this just setting up for us to then have to go into emergency mode and have the same individuals who do the design, which we gave $3.2 million to actually do the building of it, therefore canceling out anybody else's opportunity to bid on this amazing construction management position? I yield to the administration. And also, before you answer, I asked you earlier for that contract, if you could give me that clarity on what you were supposed to give me before council. I yield to the Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. Thank you, Councilwoman Rutherford. So I will actually invite the attorney up to the microphone, but I will attempt to answer the question as well. So in the RFP that we did for construction manager at risk, we stated that the first part that we are going to assign is only to work with the architect. However, in that RFP, we reserved the right to also extend to that same winner the actual construction manager at risk to build the project. And so, again, we do have our attorney who helped write the the documents if you have more specific questions beyond the very basic description that I just gave you.
You can have the floor, sir. If you can give us some more
From
insight.
Clark Hill. I could probably clarify. So as Deputy Mayor indicated, when we issued the request for proposals, there were really two main components to it. There was the pre-con part of it, which, Clark was awarded, but we also had an addendum to it that asked all the bidders to provide what they would do for their construction phase fees. So all the bidders had an opportunity, and they did in fact provide their fees for both phases. So basically, it was almost like an option. So we said, okay, for now, we're going to award the pre-con, but if we decide to move from pre-con to construction, you agree to be locked in to your fees for the construction phase. So all the bidders had an opportunity to provide those prices.
You have a follow-up question?
My issue was that the council never saw those bids, and we were never told that, sir. And so that's why I'm asking, because let me explain to you. There are people who do construction management in this community, and we keep saying we want transparency. Carlton Jones has done construction management. I'm just not trying to put you on the spot, but we keep saying we want to be inclusive with our people, and yet again, this is an opportunity to have a business who actually has done it. Cal Westberg just got that big old apartment building on Oneida Street. They're doing construction management in an actual building. How are we doing this, and how did the council not see these bids? I'm a little confused because that's not what you just told me. So somebody lying. So I just need clarity.
Point of order. Let's
No, it's true.
Let's
Okay.
Point of order.
Okay.
Let's keep order. So, Deputy Mayor, you have the floor. If you can give us some insight.
Yes. So I cannot speak to what the entire council did or did not see. I can say that there was a selection committee that included council members, and when those bids came in, there were council members on that committee who looked at the bids that came in, as the attorney has said, and when it was presented to council, it was said that if we were happy with the work of the construction manager at risk during the first stage or first phase of this process, that it would be likely that we would recommend that that same awardee receive the second phase of the agreement.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's actually been a long time since we actually reviewed this contract. So is this contract of urgency tonight? Has to be voted on tonight? Please let them answer, please.
No? Doesn't
No?
have to be.
No,
No, it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
No, it's not going to affect the project.
Okay, you got the floor. I would like to postpone this for a week or our next meeting if it's
So
possible.
you're moving to postpone
Yes.
for 1 week, and there is a second. Any discussion on the motion to postpone for 1 week?
I would like to see the three bidders that they said that you guys were privy to, but I was never privy to, because I want to see how they bid it out, and also I would like to see the original RFP included, where it says they were given the option to just say whoever won the pre-construction gets the construction management position as well. He said it's in the RFP. I want to see it in writing. So have them give it to you.
But so they stated just a moment ago that
Yes.
there's something I've seen that you haven't?
Yeah, they said that y'all had a committee, and y'all commit. That's what you said. You said in the committee.
Was I on that committee? I don't remember that meeting.
No, you weren't on that committee.
You weren't on it.
Okay.
Well, whoever was on the committee.
We'll get down to some
Yes.
answers.
But you
Okay.
did say it was a committee, right? Okay, let's go.
Any further discussion or clarity needed on the motion to postpone for 1 week? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to postpone.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Okay, that motion carries. It will be back before us next week. The next item on the agenda is so much paper. There's so
My
much
Lord,
paper
today.
tonight. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution requesting a written update from the city's
Yes,
attorneys?
yes.
Sounds like that's a motion.
Yes.
And seconded by Councilman Parker. This is the resolution. City Council resolution requesting written update from city's attorneys to Pontiac City Council directly on City of Pontiac retiree benefits settlement update. Whereas the ongoing legal and financial matters involving City of Pontiac retired employees' various retirement systems, structuring, and benefit plans have spanned many years and have played out in multiple legal forums, and whereas the City Council is eager to see the matter resolved and have stood ready to render final legislative decisions, and whereas today the City Council received an attorney-client memorandum from the city's attorneys on anticipated timeline on next steps, but have otherwise not received many direct updates from the city's attorneys recently on the matter, though the mayor of Pontiac has relayed updates to the community and members of council at previous city council meetings. And whereas the City Council strives to ensure timely and favorable outcomes can be reached that are agreeable to all parties and advances the ultimate goal of providing adequate benefits for the city's past retirees while balancing the need for strong financial stewardship of the city's resources, now therefore be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council formally requests a written update from the city's attorneys to be provided to City Council directly on the City of Pontiac retiree benefits settlement update, detailing any remaining actions and unresolved questions so that we can get information directly from them on a more regular basis. So it's pretty straightforward, right? But the prompting of this resolution is so that way we could just have a full, nuanced understanding of all the remaining moving parts. Because we've heard sort of broad summaries sometimes or sort of status updates on some stretch of it. But here we are, it's almost December of 2024. Without going into the full attorney-client memo that we got today, it did deal with timelines. And if I add up all the timelines of after City Council does our opinion, the timeline of where it will all shake out is 8 months after that. So meaning we haven't gotten to the City Council part where we get to say yay or nay, and then after we do yay or nay, which we've said for months and months and years, we're a yay. So when it gets to the yay from City Council, there's 8 months after that. And that's the first time that that's been quantified to date that I got. I mean, others might know more just because they're in other conversations, but that was an eye-opener. And so we need to know when it comes to actuarial, hanging unresolved stuff, when it comes to final negotiation, got to dot the I's, cross the T's and all that, we need to know what's the iceberg underneath the water. We don't want just the summary of the tip. We want to know what's all the looming headaches so that way we and the community can be clear-eyed about it. Because I think we would be hard-pressed to find any member of the Pontiac community, any retiree, that would have thought after City Council decides it'd be 8 months, 245 days. And that's probably a rosy projection, right? That's without any other hiccup. And that puts us, well, you can do the math. It ain't pretty. And so this resolution is we need to hear from the attorneys more regularly directly versus it kind of being passed through to us from administrative intermediaries so that we can know if it requires a closed session or two or if it could be done in a memo. The new memo was very illuminating. I need to know more because here we are towards the middle or end of November and what I thought actuary-wise, this is way still sort of like meandering and never ending from many months ago when I would have thought the actuarial stuff would have been put to bed. So that's what I got. That's what the council is considering right now. Councilman Rutherford.
I want to publicly apologize to the 969 retirees. We've lost several more since we've done this. And the frustration is, if not now, but when. So I want to thank council leadership for putting this together because there's a saying that says, scratch a lie, catch a thief. And what I mean by that is at some point people are tired of hearing these excuses. They're tired of hearing these updates and it's no real, teeth in it. So I thank y'all for doing this. Hopefully this doesn't decide who or what wins, but it got a strange feeling the retirees are going to make people pay for it. That's all I got.
Mayor Grimes.
Yeah, I want to just say that the timeline caught me off guard as well because the last time I had asked the attorney for the timeline, which was back in May, he seemed to believe at that time that we could get a court order, assuming it was concluded in May, by Labor Day. So I'm stunned by the timeline he shared today as well. I had asked him to send out the timeline to all of us, but I was as surprised as you. The other thing that I want to share is I did give him a heads up last week that council would want a written update, and so I know that he's preparing an update for city council. He wanted to get the timeline out first before tonight's meeting, but he has been working on a broader update than that.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Yes, ma'am.
Will this be monthly, bi-weekly, quarterly? Because speaking to some of the members of GERS and VIBA, they want like actual stuff. Like, are we giving it to them every 2 weeks? Or we're giving it to them because you just said 8 months, so we got to give them something. Linda want to know, Patrice want to know, I want to know, and I'm not even retiree. Go ahead.
We're going to keep it as a weekly inquiry. Every city council meeting, we're going to keep inquiring, so that way any movement or any lack of movement can be reported out in real time. But we'll work to figure out if it's monthly or that we get direct updates from the attorneys, because it just is not cutting it, relying on those being relayed to us. So we'll need to just turn up the frequency and intensity on that. And so obviously I've identified the finalization of the actuarial, because that seems to be a final step that needs to happen before we can vote as a council. So we want to know why there keeps being this disconnect with finalizing that and getting what's needed, all the elements of the actuarial stuff. Councilwoman James.
Also, in the document we received from the attorney, there was a little asterisk at the bottom that was quite concerning. That there may be now yet another issue that has been raised by SEPRA, and I'd like to ask the mayor if he knows anything about that.
Yeah, I do. It's probably best to have the attorney update city council as part of this written confidential attorney-client privileged update rather than my relaying it indirectly from the city attorney.
Okay.
Yeah, that asterisk hit me like a ton of bricks too, Councilman. Any further discussion on the motion before us? All right. So this is all right. Yes, ma'am. There is no, as long as there aren't mass or intense profanities, there is no prohibition on, unless I'm rusty on the council rules.
Because it worked in District 4. They all had shirts saying they ain't want stuff. So if we say pay girls now, we could wear that and it ain't going to get us in no trouble. I just want to make sure.
We'll cross-reference.
I got Nike scratch. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this resolution? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution requesting written update from the city's attorneys to Pontiac City Council directly on the city's retiree benefit settlement update.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. My massive pile of documentation has led to me not having my second page of the agenda.
You want
The next one, yeah.
President.
Is that the last one?
Here we go. Public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, who's up?
Ms. Ashley Keesley?
Okay, I already talked, and that was really all I had prepared. I just really want to thank the council for what they just put forth, but I just still, like, if you think about the situation, like, the retirees that do have their health care, my dad doesn't have that health care provided, and even when all of this is resolved, he's not going to get anything for those years that he's spent with no health care. This is just really frustrating, and hopefully my sister can make those T-shirts. I like that idea, and that's all.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Good job, Council. Let me just say this. Sometimes we can take some things a little lightly, but I think there's a reason why we've always had some legal counsel on the council side. There's a reason why. If we start penny pinching and think, oh, no, it's all good, there's a reason why. And I'm saying this because when we bring hired hands in here and they come to the mic, some of us know what they're really saying. Now, anything in the construction arena, believe me, I've been dealing with the construction arena for over 50 years now. And when people come up with this song and dance and talk about they got existing people already, that is not including our people. And when they trying to force something through right quickly, but yet and still they're going to obligate money but not use it, and we don't put provisions in there for our people to be, we are missing the boat. That's what workforce development is all about. There should not be any contract come to the table without some provisions to assist with workforce development. If they can't get Pontiac people, pay to our workforce development program so we can develop our people. I'm trying to tell you all that this is the key to all this construction and stuff. If we don't do it ahead of time, we are missing the boat. If we don't call these professionals who come to the table with this song and dance and really verify what they're saying, actually everything that Councilwoman Rutherford spoke about is true. It's very true. Now, I'm going to tell you about this whole thing about low bidding, come in, and then go into the next step. Provisions like that should be clearly stated up front. Clearly stated. And if it wasn't clearly stated, it shouldn't go down that way. And we can't get in this rush mode that we got to go ahead and spend this because we waited so long. And I'm going to say it's no excuse. Council, it's time to step up just like you did, like you're doing for these retirees, that we cannot continuously not develop our people to take advantage of all this construction and stuff that's going on in our city. It takes time to do that. And we authorize these contracts and our people are really not prepared. We are not doing ourselves, we're doing ourselves a disservice. Whether you like me or not, I know construction. I know construction management. And if we don't utilize our own people who try to reach out, that's something about us, our administration, and we're not utilizing us. One thing I will say about the county, I'll say it again, they brought us to the table to really be a person for the community prior to the project that's going on in downtown, and I thank them for that. So, Council, I really appreciate what you're doing tonight and how you're trying to dig into the economic side of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Marcus Bowman.
Good evening, everybody. I'll be real brief. It's good to be here tonight. I was really pondering over the state of Pontiac right now, and after the election, and kind of the emotions and heightened frustrations of what's going on in our community. And I just want to remind everybody that we do have an election coming up next year, and I know that people don't understand. And now is the time for us to get organized and get ourselves in order with what we want to see our city look like for the next 4 years moving forward. So I say all that to say this. First, this eliminates the council because a lot of people don't understand the legislative side and the administrative side. So this is targeted directly to the administrative side of our city government. We need to get this senior situation rectified. Those lawyers work for the seniors, fire them. I don't care. This is the first and last stand that we're going to take, or administratively, none personal, just business. Election time is coming up. Tick-tock. Same thing on the legislative side. We need to have support for this issue, which I see Melody Rutherford has been putting forth an effort. We also need to fine-tune and clean up some things around our city government that people have been whispering around the campfire about regarding nepotism and some of the grant dollars that's going out to people who don't deserve them. We need to clean all this stuff up now, or somebody else will come and clean it up come 2025, I promise you. This is not something that I'm putting out as a threat. This is a promise because this is a community-first initiative that the silent majority has come together in our community, and we're tired. I promised y'all this 4 months ago when I talked to you. The air is getting fuller and fuller in the tire, and it's about to bust. So we can either let a little bit out and do our due diligence as a community to come together, or we can continue the dysfunction and somebody else gonna come clean it up for us. All I am is a messenger, but what I do stand for is the community in itself, and I want y'all to all realize that how important it is for these next few months for us to really organize and come together. This is nothing personal to the administration. I just told somebody in the hallway that Tim is a very likable guy. I have no problem with Tim, but when it comes down to the welfare and the business of our community as someone that can be in a civic leadership capacity or someone who looks and inspires to be, I can't be hypocritical to what the subject matter is for our community. And whatever it takes, we got to get it done. Tim, you want to have some meetings with us and maybe we can assist and be advocates for what the cause is for our seniors? We are open to it. But this is the last week. Next meeting, we won't come so nice. And when I say we, I say the silent majority. So I ask all you all to think about the things that you want to see our city look like and put forth an effort to try to make this come to life. Thank you. You all have a great night.
All right, thank you. So, gentlemen, you standing in the back. I don't have your name on this list. Did you just standing?
No, I actually wanted to address you guys.
Well, what is your name, sir?
My name is John Stewart.
Say John Stewart? Yes. I'm going to do a point of privilege. Usually I don't see you down here, so I'm assuming that you just didn't know that you need to sign up for a public comment.
I didn't know.
Okay. So come to the podium and give me your name again.
My name is John Stewart.
All right, thank you.
Very simply, this is regarding just a few points. The first one, I had a brief conversation with the mayor. The one thing I can't understand, I've lived all over this country. I've lived all over Oakland County, and I've never had to deal with roosters. Why do I have to deal with roosters? I've been here for 10 years, and I've had to deal with them constantly, and I don't understand why. I've complained. I've called all the departments that I can. I've talked to people in the city council, and I don't understand why I have to take constant action towards them in this city. It's the only city, I've lived in Texas and I didn't have to deal with this. That's the first thing. Second thing is, and this is something that confuses me, I've talked to people at the road commission, I've talked to people in the city, and nobody can seem to give me an answer to this. Who maintains the traffic control devices in this city? They haven't been maintained, and no one can seem to give me an answer to this. Who maintains the traffic control devices in the city of Pontiac? Can anybody here give me the answer? Because
we can't answer the question for you.
Nobody can. Okay. No one can.
No.
What's that?
It's public comment, so we're really here to listen to you.
And I appreciate that, and I'm asking desperately for an answer to this. Okay. Who? Because I want to have a conversation with them, because the lights throughout the city have not been maintained, and I can give you examples. I won't, but I would love to have the person who does the maintenance on these devices, because they're not doing a very good job. That's the second thing. And the other one I just wanted to address, relative to what's happening in the downtown area. There's an expression, put four people together with booze, somebody's going to start a fight. Put four people together with weed, somebody's going to start a discussion. Why? You've got an empty downtown. It's going to explode when all this happens with what's happening with taking down the parking structure and that. Please, I beg of you, give consideration to going hard with weed cafes. It will do an amazing thing with the city of Pontiac, because you're going to give far more than just places to drink booze. That I am begging of you to give consideration to. Anyway, that's it. Thank you. I greatly appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Dr. Didger Waterman.
I decided to speak about the growing wariness that people had about this administration's ability to handle the financial affairs of this city and the lack of trust and the mistrust that's going on. And just from tonight's agenda, I can talk about three things that come up. Number one, the retirees' increased pension and their retroactive pay, that's been going on, and they can't get a straight answer. It's been going on for months with different answers every time and different stalling techniques. So I'm glad you took the suggestion. I told you some months ago, call on the attorneys and talk to them. And you don't have to have a cloak and dagger. This is something, it's not under litigation now, so the attorneys can come and talk to the people and let them know what is actually happening and what to expect. Doesn't have to be all this cloak and dagger kind of clandestine stuff going on. They deserve to have a straight answer. So bring them in and talk to them in the open and have them give you a straight answer about what is actually going on and what needs to happen. The next thing is, we talked a little bit about the Youth Rec Center. Where is the budget for the Youth Rec Center, the $37 million? Where is the money coming from? I haven't seen a financial plan for this anywhere. I know one night when you were talking about how much to spend on a Youth Rec Center, somebody between the mayor and the parks director was throwing up some figures on a board and finally decided, well, we don't have enough for $44 million, we'll do $37 million. But in any kind of project like that, you have to have a schema, a financial plan. Where's the money going to come from? And I have not seen that. But if there is, maybe how do we get it? Maybe we have to FOIA it. The other thing is the ARPA funding, which I've been watching, and that we're coming down to the deadline on that. And that's so important to me. We brought that $37.7 million in for COVID relief. And I think as we're starting to add it up, people are going to be surprised what minuscule part of that is actually going for direct relief to our businesses and our citizens, as opposed to going to all these outside contractors, spending $6 million on parks plans to contractors, and we're not going to have any money to do the plans. So it doesn't make sense. And also the small business grants that have come up. What's happening with that? That's been pushed back and back for our small businesses. It was supposed to be announced November 1st. November 1st, I called the office, community, and they said, oh, yeah, we've got it all chosen. They're just ready to put the envelopes in the letters and send them out. And now I found out it's delayed again. What is going on? Can we get a straight answer? And also, people are wondering how that was handled anyway, because it seems like the rules for it came out after all the applications were in. How do you handle that? This is federal money. There's a certain way this is supposed to be handled.
That concludes your time, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Denise Harris.
Hello, Denise Harris, Healing Heart Safety Services. So I came up to speak about the grants as well. I just have a few questions. I'm going to look at my notes just so that I don't forget anything. My first question is this actual 1.5-page grant application. To me, if the council has read it, it is just to see if you're qualified. There's nothing but qualifying factors on here to see if you've had a loss, if you had a business in 2019, if you have a business in Pontiac. So I emailed the city and asked them specific questions about this grant process. Friday on Facebook, I seen that there was this, and it looked very familiar to me, and I had to really think about this grading criteria, which the last 5 questions weren't even on the grant application. Tentatively, there's some people that have gotten grants at different amounts that's supposed to be tentatively that we've all found out about. But my question is, if we have a grant application and we're not using the grading criteria that looked very, very familiar, and it dawned on me that it was a grant application I had filled out a couple months back over the summer. The grading criteria was from T. Ramsey and Associates, verbatim on the back, but what she did differently is she matched her grant, because she had a grant with Huntington Bank, she matched her application up to the actual score, so it made sense. The scoring that was put out on Facebook makes absolutely no sense at all because it doesn't address those questions. So my question is for those that tentatively got a higher amount than others tentatively didn't, how was that processed if they didn't answer these questions? Or did they just miraculously know to answer questions that weren't even on the grant application? So that's kind of questionable there, and I'm gonna check my notes and make sure I answered it all. Let me see. And 1 second. Oh, so then so people who did not provide a budget, like question 4 or 5, or who did leave out information, are they able to submit that budget? Because I was told when I did email that we only needed a budget if we were selected, because like I said in the beginning, this looked like a selection process, not a grant application. Not that I filled out a ton of them, but I filled out enough to know that this only seemed like, are you eligible? This didn't seem like a grant application, but the criteria is exactly what you would grade off of. So I'm very confused on that process. So my question to the council is, have you guys seen the grant application? Have you seen the grading system? Have you seen those potential tentative winners? And are those that might have scored lower because they didn't miraculously know about this grading system, are they allowed to submit before the 19th when they're awarded? Because I am been here in Pontiac since 2019. I've taught almost every organization in Pontiac with my business. I bring doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, all types of people into the city, and I could take my business
Ms. Harris,
to
that
another
concludes your
place.
time.
Thank you.
And the question that you asked is that we actually doing public comment. We're here to listen, and then somebody will touch bases with you, okay? Ms. Tamika Ramsey.
Hi, happy Thursday or Tuesday? Tuesday, happy Tuesday. I don't know what day it is. So I have gotten wind of the small business grant thing, and I just wanted to say these are people. These are people who I am working with, some who are desperately trying to keep their business open until y'all make a decision. Businesses that I am helping to look for grants to pay their rent at home because they're putting everything into their business, and just hoping that y'all will make a decision so that they don't have to close their doors. A lot of the businesses that I work for are micro enterprises. They don't have a job. This is it. And they really, really are trying really hard to be profitable businesses inside the city. A lot of these businesses give back free products, P's and Q's, gives out cookies and desserts. And there are just so many businesses that do so much for the city, and they're just looking and waiting for some help. And I thought that this program was some type of hope for them, and I had been trying to help them understand that it's a process and it takes a while. But they don't have, a lot of them don't have any options anymore. I've helped to close their brick and mortars to move to either food trucks or to go back and do it out of their homes when they desperately want to be a business that provides for their families and gives back to this community and this city. And so I am asking, there seems to be a lot going on right now with the small business grant program. I would hope that you don't push it back anymore, but that you can look at it, look at some amounts, try to make the money stretch, but that you give these people, right? Every time I come up here, we talk about business owners. These are people who we live next door to, people who kids we go to school with. These are actual humans that deserve help, and this city has not given them any. This city has not done any grants or any resources for small businesses ever. And most cities have done it multiple times. So I'm just asking that you look at this process as quickly as possible. You be as fair as possible, but that you don't have these businesses waiting another 2 or 3 weeks or another month, because Shaquana and I have been coming down here since June of last year, being told that the small business grant program was going to be in July, then August, then September, and then November, then January. We just want people to have hope. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Lillian Donald?
Good evening. It's Eileen Donnell, and I'm here on behalf of my small business Total Refund Tax Services at 1 North Saginaw, downtown Pontiac, and other small businesses who I provide services to as advisory and small business services. My concern is things that were already reiterated about the grant, the scoring system. People have come to me about residency issues. When we were here a few weeks ago, you said people had applied that did not live in the city, but I'm being told that people that do not live in the city are on the list to be awarded grants as well. So when you do make your decision next week, I would ask the council to make sure that the people that's over the process of vetting the apps, make sure that the people are residents, that they live in the city, as well as have their business in the city, and that the scoring criteria that was used, that the application match the scores that were given. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Donnell. Mr. Kermit Williams. Ms. Karima Dehus.
Good evening. Time is spent. Karima DeJesus, the Fitness Hub. There is a health epidemic across the whole nation. But me living in the city of Pontiac, I want to meet that need and fill that need. Not only did I keep my doors open during COVID, I survived COVID. So having these funds come through and knowing that what you do is hard work and it's not about the money. I never ask the city for anything. I try my best to give as much as I can and try to help as many families as I can when something do come through like this that is able to help me keep my doors open, to push the mission. And you hear things that are not okay, it's just disheartening and it's concerning. When the technical assistance, this is just something else maybe you guys can look into. When the technical assistance was sent out, it was sent out to help people get their business in order to be able to fill out for the grant, to make sure it kind of lock them in so that they're able to get the grant and that their business systems were in place. When it was initially presented, they asked all the needs of what you need for your business. Then you gave them the list, turn around, okay, well, we can't meet the full need. We can only do this for you. It's like, okay, but I need help with this, this, and this. Well, we're sorry, we're told we can't get this. At this present moment, I'm still yet waiting for my business plan. I have a beautiful business plan, and I'm not saying that I don't appreciate everything that has been done. Do not see this as a complaint, but just hear my heart, and knowing that I care for my city. For those that really know me, know that whatever you ask and I'm able to do, I am doing it. But I also want us to focus on generational health and wellness, and not just wealth, because we can have the money and we don't even feel well enough to be able to spend it. So, everything I do with excellence. So that means if I'm doing it in excellence and they know I'm from the city of Pontiac, that means the city of Pontiac look excellent too. So this closed discussion is between us. And I love my city. I love those that are fighting for the city. I know everything is not always going to be okay, but if we could just work together just a little bit better, so we can get a better understanding for things that are happening, I promise you some of the frustration that you're feeling from the business owners would die down a little bit. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Pastor Kathy Desiree.
First of all, there is a storm drain that has dropped significantly on MLK. If you're coming from Perry and you come underneath the overpass by the old Popeyes, just a few feet beyond that, there's a storm drain where you drop about 8 inches, 9 inches, and it's gone on for a long, long time. They really do need to fix that. Number 2, I'm an old English teacher, and I saw something and heard something tonight that I don't understand. You were talking about this at risk. Is it small a, is risk a company with a capital R that you had, or is it AT-risk, which I know it is, but that's not what's written there. And that is a totally different meaning, and it changes what you're asking for. So I would like you to please at least correct the English. I would like to know how many people were the retirees numbers, retirees when this fiasco started a century ago, and how many do we have now? How many have we lost to death through this eternal process? And we should be ashamed. And then the presentation that the Oakland University gave today, that's a wonderful process. Well, it's wonderful. When I was working on my master's, I was involved as one of those techies in a program that was very similar to this, a lot of years ago, but very similar. And we learned a lot as the techies. But we also we knew we were firm in what purpose we were serving and what the statistics were that we were gathering. And although a lot of us understood what was done tonight, it was very academic in that he's used to talking. When you have a PhD, I guess you should get used to talking to people at that level, and that's fine. It was a beautiful presentation. But I'm wondering how many people who didn't finish high school but live here understood the whole value of what that coalition is about. And it's really important. And if they don't get it because the presentation is over their heads, then we've missed the whole point in having it. And so I would ask that the next time that particular coalition presents something, could we break it down a little bit for the common man? Because not everybody gets a chance to go to a good school like that, and then they don't understand the necessity for programs like that, and it is a necessity.
All right, thank you. That concludes public comment, President McGinnis.
Okay, we are at discussions. First up, we delved into it, but is there any other discussion on the status of restoring retiree benefits for retired city employees? Again, we will return this discussion at item week after week after week until we see light at the end of the tunnel. Councilwoman.
I just once again want to apologize to the 969 retirees because we promised you September per the administration. That didn't happen. We promised it happened before January. Based upon the timeline we've been given, that won't happen. And I am just a firm believer in just acknowledging what works here. There was a group here a couple weeks ago. It was only 10 or 20 of them from District 4 that came down here and radical things started happening. A vote of no happened, and they didn't get, and the thing they didn't want in their community got not put there. Retirees, we can fight as much as we can, but we need you to start showing up and demanding that you get the respect that is due to you, the same way people are demanding for you to have confidence in them to lead this city to a brighter tomorrow. So again, I apologize. I'm going to apologize every week till they get their money. Miss Linda, Patrice, everybody else on the south side, we trying. We're doing the best we can with what God has given us. And to that, I say thank you.
Any further discussion? Mayor Grimel.
Yeah, just briefly, the only other update I have is we had been waiting for a little over a week for an email from Cypria and their attorney. We did apparently get one. That is to say, the city's attorney did finally get that email this afternoon, but hasn't had a chance to take a look at it. So he and I are scheduled to talk tomorrow, and of course, that'll be included in his update to City Council.
Hearing nothing further, the next discussion, status update on next steps for City Finance Department reorganization, operational improvements. We'll be delving into this matter further at the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee of the City Council this Thursday at noon. But is there any further highlights that the administration wants to flag prospectively for the council and the community?
In big picture terms, the finance director's been here now for a little over 2 weeks. She has done a broad assessment of some of the operational challenges in the finance department and has started making a comprehensive list. More specifically regarding consultants, she does have some specific ideas that will be discussed this Thursday at the Finance and Personnel Committee.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy Mayor, this is a question for you. Those pending items that I brought to your attention, what's been the update on those corrections?
The finance director has some of them and is working on them, and others have not been addressed yet.
And so my follow-up will be for the timeline in regards to the grants and in regards to those line items where numbers are wrong. Do we have a timeline when there will be some course correction, whether internally or externally? How they're going to be dealt with?
I don't have a timeline on those specific corrections now.
Thank you for your honesty.
Any further discussion at this stage? All right, we'll keep revisiting that question. Next, discussion. This is an FYI, so that way community members know it's coming next week. General Motors is considering Pontiac for a new manufacturing facility location. An application for an industrial facilities tax exemption certificate is slated to come before City Council next Tuesday, so the 19th. This came before the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee last week, and Councilwoman Jones led that conversation with representatives from General Motors. So again, we are one of multiple cities that they are considering. This industrial facilities tax exemption would be for 3 years of construction and 12 years of sort of a life cycle. So after 15 years, it goes up to 100%. But during those periods, they'll be paying 50%. So if they increase the tax value of this property at Joslin and Montcalm by many millions of dollars by building a new substantial facility, then we would be generating new millions of dollars to the city's general fund. But they are given essentially a 50% exemption that goes up to where they'd be paying the full 100% after the 12 years of operation. So more detail will come to that. Council's asked some questions. We expect that information and those answers to come so we can share that with the community when we consider it next Tuesday. Really, so I just want to make sure you weren't caught off guard because it's a big one. It's a new thing that's hit our radar, and we don't want you to be surprised at hearing at it for the first time next week. Any further discussion? All right, the next discussion item, the next American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds utilization update to City Council by Ernst & Young will be delivered at next week's City Council meeting. Again, an FYI, we're hoping to get monthly updates. This will be the next regular update on that front. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Okay, I'm going back based upon the presentation that was given to us August 2024. There was a line item for first-time home buyers that was supposed to be in here. And so to the administration, when are you guys going to debut or set aside those funds? Because I know those funds have to be posted on what we're going to spend it on. So to the administration, what's your timeline? And secondly, on Saturday, Mayor Grimo made a statement at the Bloomfield Estates. I want to read it back to me. It was sent to me because I wasn't able to come 1 second, and I want to get some clarity on it. Mayor Grimo assured that whether the general fund or the grants, everybody who applied will get a home repair. I want to get clarity because I believe 2 weeks ago we voted for the money to come out of the general fund to offset the $2.75 million that y'all was short to do the home repair for the 238 people. So I just want to get it on the record that that is actually coming out of the general fund and not the grant. So those are my two questions, and that was sent to me at 10:50. So I yield to the mayor if I can get some clarity about these two statements and about the first-time home buyer program, when y'all gonna post it for it to be put on the list.
Mayor Graham, you have the floor.
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, I said everybody on the wait list would be funded, which may or may not be different from everybody who applied. Secondly, what I said about they'll all get their home improvements addressed, even if it means we have to take the funds out of the general fund. I believe that's in line with City Council's resolution. City Council's resolution did contemplate, yeah, we can still try to pursue grant dollars, but we're going to make sure it happens one way or the other.
And do you have an answer about the first-time home buyer?
I'm not aware of us ever allocating or suggesting we would allocate ARPA dollars for first-time home buyer, but I defer to the deputy mayor on that.
It has been quite a while since I looked at the original plan, so I don't remember if first-time home buyer dollars were included in the original plan. I do know that it has been some time since, like, no time in the near past has first-time home buyer dollars been on the table, to the best of my knowledge.
President, point of clarity, am I making this up? Was we not told this, or did we not get told that this was a part of it? I just want to get clarity, because I know I'm not crazy, and I'm reading what it says. And you're a very honest person 99% of the time. Did we or did we not get told? And the reason why I'm asking is because I get my hair done every Saturday now that I got my braids out, and I was asked this question. They said, hey, Mel, what happened to the first-time home buyer program for $25,000? That was the exact amount that y'all said. So you'll tell me the truth. One, am I making this up? Two, did we not say it? And three, are we doing it?
Great questions, three. And you're only crazy like a fox. So question one, was that introduced or part of contemplated by what the administration was planning? Yes, per my understanding. Was it in the August presentation? Oh, look, it's very possible that it was, maybe even sort of just reviewing what the initial plan was. But the more important question three that the answers don't get to is, are you pivoting away from that? And that's a legitimate answer if that's no longer realistic or viable. Is the first-time home buyer program, have you moved away from that? And I'm sure there's other examples like the child care. It was discussed. It wasn't programmed, in detail where you've launched it. But is there anything you can illuminate to her question? And you can wait till the 19th, since Ernst & Young's going to have to give us a deep dive drill. But what do you know, Mayor?
Well, I will say this. There was, at one time we did talk, and I think this is still on the table, about using community development block grant dollars, CDBG funds, for first-time home buyer assistance. As I've already said, I'm not aware of us ever talking about using ARPA dollars for that purpose. If you have a document that suggests otherwise, then let's talk about it. But that's not been discussed or contemplated in recent months, as the deputy mayor said, and I don't think it was in the August presentation.
We're being gaslit.
Yes, we are.
Gaslit. No,
Yes.
It might have been during the Born-Gesser era, but definitely was.
It was
identified as the intention.
Yeah, but out of CDBG dollars by Alex.
No.
But again, when we've got time, we'll dive into.
I don't want to prolong this.
You're gonna?
No, this is just a statement. I think it's very disingenuous to tell this community that we're going to do first-time home buyer program out of the ARPA dollars, because that's what it was told. I will go get, if you notice, I keep everything they give me because people forget what they say, and I don't forget because papers lie. People lie, papers don't. And so next week.
Papers could lie too.
Yeah, but this ain't no,
it
could be allowed there. I say this to say next week when they do this, I will go back to the original thing, showing that y'all said this, and I think the same way that y'all show the urgency about these parks should be the same way that you tell people, hey, brother, And sir and ma'am, we ain't helping you get your house. Because the reason why I brought it up is because our treasurer, Ron Wittenberg, was coming to announce a program where they were giving $5,000 for first-time home buyer. And I thought that they were going to do a presentation. And so that's why I brought it up, because I was asked by Miss Shirley. So Miss Shirley, you heard it first, and we'll wait till next week so you can hear everything else. Thank you.
Yes, the Oakland County Treasurer has a home buyer assistance program they're just rolling out. He's scheduled to be here in January.
Okay.
Where there's also foreclosure prevention initiatives they'll share. But you do see it in the communications. I added that so that way residents hopefully can check that out. It's a new home buyer assistance program. It might not be limited to first time. So it might just be home buyer assistance program. I don't want to say definitively, but it's a $5,000 grant for down payment and or closing costs. Oh, it says on your first home. I retract that. But learn more at oak.gov.com/DP assist, as in down payment assist. Okay. So, but it's fair to say that based on the administration's current intention or vision, a first-time home buyer program is not anticipated with final ARPA obligation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else on ARPA? And again, just making sure people know that next presentation's next week. All right. Hearing nothing further, the administration has relayed to the community their intention to bring a request for small business grant award approvals to City Council for consideration again at next week. So as you're seeing, all these speeding trains colliding into these few remaining meetings of the year. So that was an email that went out to the community November 1st, late in the day, said that it'll now come before City Council for the 19th. I learned that for the first time when that email came. And then we got another email update late on Friday that spelled a little bit about the review and consideration process. So to my knowledge, and the administration can clarify it for us, they have not made their final recommendations on who we will be voting on. If they have, they can let us know clearly and unequivocally tonight. When I read the November 1st update, it gave me the impression, oh, it's decided, we just got to ratify that on the 19th. Based on what was communicated to the public last week, it may still be evaluated or finalized as they're going through and reviewing. What was asked by the community tonight in terms of making sure that those who are eligible are those who get it, yes, we will, of course, if it doesn't include that in any language, we will add that language to make sure that it's being fair, equitable, and it's being confirmed. Although we on City Council aren't in the day-to-day checking addresses and things like that, the administration, the executive branch executes those programs, but we're still going to try and build those safeguards in. So that's what I know, at least what's been shared publicly, that November 19th, because they are of a certain amount, it requires council action, but otherwise council is not aware of or has not been determining who these final sort of recommended award recipients are. I'll give the floor to the mayor, deputy mayor, if you've got more insight in terms of where it is in the process, if that's already finalized or you're still finalizing.
It's still being finalized.
Okay. And you heard the request from the public to pivot the loan program funds and redirect that to expand small business grant funds. Is that something feasible or even being considered?
Well, that has not been the plan, as you know, because we approved an agreement with Genesis to administer loans. The plan has been to make sure that the grants are only available to businesses owned by Pontiac residents. We have a number of businesses in the community who have not been owned by Pontiac residents who are expecting some opportunity to apply for the loan assistance.
Okay. Councilman Goodman?
I still want to echo the concerns from the public. Having looked over the grant application itself, and having looked at the rubric, the fact that what seems to be over half of the possible scoring points for the grant is are things that were not asked. Because a lot of them are directly attached to budget, as was mentioned by Ms. Harris. And if you look at the grant application, there are questions about, revenue loss due to COVID and things like that, but there is no direct ask for budget. So if there are like was said, if there are people who knew to put that budget portion in there outside of this, that's a whole separate question. But the people who are being graded for this application should be graded on things that they were asked. And looking at that application, I truly don't see anything that justifies what would meet a budget ask, budget clarity, a detailed budget. No, the questions on there really ask for that. But yet, of this, possible 100 points, there is close to, do the math very quickly here, 55 points that are dedicated to a budget, and that is very concerning.
Councilwoman Jones?
Thank you. This topic was presented or discussed during the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee, which met earlier this month. On Monday, thank you. And as it was presented to me, the list that has been referenced a couple of times tonight was nothing more than a draft, and that official evaluation of qualifying factors had not been completed. That was a draft list based on the application and the points that were accumulated. So that list was, I guess, it was presented that there was a contingency that upon verification of A, B, and C, that those names would then be presented to City Council next week for discussion and approval and consideration. So I'd like some clarification there, because that's what was presented during the meeting, and I just wanted to have that point clarified if we could yield to the administration.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why I said that it is being finalized. It has not yet been finalized.
Mayor, Councilwoman Rutherford?
Okay. I'm going to read a statement, then I'm going to ask a question. It is my hope that this administration will be fair and impartial on selection of small business grants, that they will use true verification. Let me give you some examples. They should verify people based upon the articles of corporation. Why is that important? Because if you own the business, your name going to be on the articles of corporation. 2, there was 260 people that applied. 40 businesses were suggested. Number 2, not just Laura, but that the tax return says the address of the business and your home address. Because what people do, because my sister, she in the People's Place, and she taught me a little bit, they'll go get their address changed temporarily at the Secretary of State, get a little thing they put on the back and say they live in Pontiac just so that they qualify. Or they will have one of their staff members be put on her paperwork and say they're part of 51% of the owner because they have no taxes owed. But if you go by the people who are listed on the articles of corporation, they actually owe taxes. 3, that everybody, because it's a business, not just the person that applied, should be verified if they are up to par with their tax returns and the city and property tax. Because we did the same things for all these programs when we were doing for the youth, and everybody should be treated the same. And lastly, that it is no carpetbagging going on, where people just move here all of a sudden because there's grant stuff done and they don't want a loan. So my question is very simple, and this is why I said all of that. What are the measurements that y'all doing? Who is doing the verification? And has there been any threats or retributions for people talking to council members? So I yield to the administration, because I want to know. Oh, and lastly, before y'all answer, I want everybody to hear the sound of my voice. The council does not decide anybody on this list. All of these decisions were made based from the administration. So next week, when you guys are angry, know that this council, because no one else is going to say it, had absolutely nothing to do with the people that were selected. So I yield because I asked my 3 questions to the administration in hopes that y'all give me some real clarity, because I didn't show you how people can, manipulate the system, and I'm hoping y'all have things put in place, just like my sister taught me, so that y'all don't get ganked. And so whoever want to answer the questions, be my guest.
So a couple things. One is that the list, and again, it's still being finalized, as I said, it's based on actual scores, based on the scoring rubric. And there were 5 people who scored the applications. 2 of them are from the executive branch, 1 of them is a staff person for city council, and 2 of them are broader community members. So they're the people who actually scored the applications. In terms of the Lara question and articles of incorporation do not necessarily list all of the current owners of a business entity. Neither does an articles of organization, which is the equivalent of an articles of incorporation for an LLC. In terms of some of the other questions about what specifically is being done to verify ownership and residency, the deputy mayor is a little closer to that than I am, so I'll defer to him.
For ownership, we are looking at several different items. Depending on how the business is organized, we may be looking at memorandums between the owners for splitting of the assets. So I can give you an example. One of the businesses is co-owned by family members, and so they actually have inside of that an agreement that shows who is what percentage owner of the business. We have other organizations that are sole proprietors, and we are using tax returns and documents to verify who owns what. To go back to what the mayor was saying about Lara, yes, I can go to the state database and I can see right now who the resident agent is. The resident agent is not the owner of the business. I can go to Lara and I can see who the officers of the business are. And again, the officers are not necessarily the owners of the business. So we are not relying on Lara data. We are looking at the actual legal papers that show who is the actual owner of stock in some type of corporation, or in the case of sole proprietors, we are looking at other information that show that they are the actual owner of the business. Again, an example of that would be tax returns.
So, so that the council, my colleagues know, I did communicate to the mayor that our staff member will no longer be participating in the continued scoring process for multiple reasons. But I want to make sure you know that I communicated that instruction to the administration. So, Councilman Rutherford, you have further points to be made.
Yes, I do.
But do we need to make them tonight?
Yep. Let me tell you why. So my other question was the attorney a part of the selection process of how y'all were going to do it? I know the answer. I just want y'all to tell the truth. And then last but certainly not least, I just want to make sure we point it out, because you just said it, President, that nobody from our staff is a part of the scoring. And how many times did y'all actually meet before y'all made these decisions? So again, I'm yielding to 2 points, attorney involved. Second point, how many actual times did y'all meet?
Councilman Rutherford.
That's it.
It's better to make a point than ask the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm making a point, not asking the question. I take my questions back. So, excuse me, President, can you find out how many times they met? And also, can you find out, President, was the attorney involved with the selection process and the verification part before the 19th, before these folks come down here yelling at us? That's it. Thank you.
Both very valid questions that we will get the answers to.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any final discussion, although we know we're going to be talking about it in 1 week? Okay. Hearing nothing further, that concludes discussions. Subcommittee reports, it's so late, but if I postpone this a week, then it's just going to make next week late too. So, really quickly, anything on communications?
We did not meet, so no.
And your next meeting is December 6th?
Yes, it is. Thank you for reminding me. It is December 6th, which is not the last Friday of the month that it usually normally is.
Thanksgiving.
Because of Thanksgiving and all the other holidays that will be happening during the season. So we will be meeting December 6th. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything economic development needs to report out?
Actually, we have discussed a lot of what we did discuss during that meeting, which was the introduction to the GM. Code enforcement gave an update, and we got an update on the grants, and, most of those things will be back next week, so we can, continue to talk about it, and the public will receive a very in-depth update at that point. So I encourage everyone to tune into the council meeting next week and drink coffee beforehand. We are going to meet again on December 2nd. That's it.
Very good. Facilities and Property, Councilman Rutherford is not here presently as the subcommittee chair. Finance and Personnel, that subcommittee next meets this Thursday, November 14th, 12 p.m. in the council conference room. A number of the things that we will be delving into, we've previewed tonight, and I've highlighted that. Law in the Courts, that subcommittee chair, Councilman Parker is not here currently. Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, anything you'd like to highlight, Chair James?
Yes, the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee, our regular meeting time has changed from Monday, the fourth Monday of each month, to the third Friday of each month. So we did not have a meeting in the month of October, so I don't have a report to give, but I do want to let everyone know that our meeting time has changed. Our next meeting will be this coming Friday, November the 15th. The meeting will be held at noon in the legislative conference room. Thank you.
Okay. Anything for Law in the Courts you want to highlight?
No, Law of Courts met in October, and I think I gave you a report last time, so we are not meeting in November. And may not be meeting in December as well.
Okay.
Look at it. No, it'll be December 2nd.
December 2nd?
Yeah, our next meeting will be December 2nd.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
Public Safety, Health, and Wellness?
Yes, just a quick update. Public Safety and Health and Awareness Committee meets on December the 12th at 4:30. Currently, Oakland County Sheriff contract is up and is currently being negotiated with the city administration. We're still waiting on an update from Star EMS and Waterford Regional Fire Department concerning their contracts as well. That concludes the update.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford, anything for Facilities and Property? Do you want to just share when's the next meeting?
It's the last Friday. I'm hoping that the mayor and the
City Hall's closed that date because of Thanksgiving.
Oh, it is. Black Friday too. Okay, well, I guess we're not having a meeting.
Okay, just let us know when the new
It'll
date
be
is.
next month, but I want to just say I sure hope we got some place for our DPW to go before December, and that we get some more hirees, and that we know what people are supposed to be when they make six figures. That's it.
All right. With that, subcommittee reports are concluded. Communications, just really quickly, the next city council meeting is when? November 19th. Same time and place, so next Tuesday is our next city council meeting. And we'll get a presentation next week, but Small Business Saturday in our community is November 30th, and the Tree of Hope tree lighting downtown is December 6th, followed by the Holiday Extravaganza Parade on December 7th. Want to make sure that's on your radar. Mayor's closing comments, if you want to.
Can I say a public comment? I mean, I can put public communications if it's possible, or I can wait for my closing comments.
What is it?
Can I say it?
Go.
Okay. The Pontiac Pharaohs basketball team begins its new season here on Saturday, November 23rd at Pontiac High School. So I just want to get that out to the community. They had a great season last year, and I did receive a text earlier today concerning that event.
We'll go to closing comments, and if people want to amplify more communications, then they can. Mayor Grimal, your closing comments?
Yeah, just two updates, heads up, around a couple more master plan opportunities. Number one, this Thursday, November 14th, from 6 to 8 p.m., there's an opportunity to talk and come out and have your voice be heard, not only with the master plan, but with the housing study through a housing summit that's happening at Welcome Missionary Baptist Church. City staff will be on hand. That's again this Thursday, November 14th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Welcome Missionary Baptist Church. And then the following week, again, both the housing study and master plan will be discussed November 20th, Wednesday, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Bowen Senior Center. And we look forward to seeing people out.
Okay. Any further closing comments?
Yeah, just one clarification. The reason for the public hearing tonight, because we heard concerns from members of the public that seemed to suggest that they were worried that we were going to, in the very near term, lift these moratoriums on dollar stores or gas stations or public event spaces. And those moratoriums were put in place last summer. Originally, the planning staff had recommended that all three of those be 9 months long. I believe that the one on dollar stores is still 9 months long, and that'll expire at the beginning of April. The one on gas stations, I believe City Council lengthened that to be a year long, so that won't expire until next summer. And then I believe City Council shortened the one for public event spaces to 6 months, so that one is slated to end relatively soon at the beginning of January. It would be our preference to make sure that none of those expire until after the master plan is completed so that we can incorporate next steps and decisions as part of the master plan. And the master plan is going to be coming before, the master plan updates are going to be coming before the Planning Commission and City Council in January with an expectation that they'll be completely finalized no later than the beginning of April.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Stevens, our condolences again on the loss in your family. Any further closing comments?
Thank you, Council President. Just to the first is a very heartfelt thank you for all of the condolences. And then the second is an apology to some in the community. 2 weeks ago, which was the last City Council meeting, would have been the appropriate time for me to wish everyone a happy Diwali, but my head was just in another place and I forgot to do that. So happy belated Diwali to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Doyle, any closing comments?
No, Mr. President. Thank you.
Councilman Parker?
Yes, sir. First, I just want to say thank you to everybody, and certainly we know we discussed a lot of things here today, and so as we continue to work for the business and the best business for the city, please keep that into consideration. I want to announce the District 5 meeting, 5 p.m. Lions Den on Thursday, November 14th. Look forward to everybody being there. Starts at 5 p.m. We want to get out early so we can also attend the town hall meeting on the housing summit at the Welcome Baptist Church at 143 Oneida Street. And with that, I'll say have a good rest of the evening, Pontiac.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
No comment tonight.
And congratulations on a fantastic District 4 holiday celebration that you had.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford? Councilwoman Jones?
November 25th, District 2 meeting. Hope to see you there. I will be there the entire time this time.
And that's 7 p.m. Goldner Walsh?
Yes, 7 p.m. Goldner Walsh.
Okay. Councilman Goodman?
Nothing other than it was a great time to be able to drop off some new uniforms for the kids at Alcott and Walt Whitman. As always, thank you to James McQueen, our amazing office worker.
Excellent. Councilwoman Rutherford?
Every man has his price. For some, it's money. For some, it's women. For others, it's glory. But the honest man, you don't have to buy. He winds up costing you nothing. Honesty is truly the best policy. People will respect you if you say no, as long as you tell them the truth. For example, no, we're not doing the first-time home buyer program. People will respect you. Ms. Shirley said, thank you, Michael, because you told the truth. No, we do not have the things in place to make sure this is fair and impartial how we make decisions. People will respect you. But when we try to play semantics and we try to play politics and we try to cater to people because we're afraid of getting talked to or reprimanded, it really does a disservice. And in this political climate, we have to be the armor guards for honesty. No matter how much it makes people uncomfortable, no matter how much it makes people mad, because people are looking towards this council to just tell the truth. I want to also end with this. It is so sad of the rumors that I'm hearing in regards to the administration, which I've already addressed y'all with emails in hopes that they respond to it, because I'm going to put it as a topic issue next week. You don't have to like how things are done, but you have to respect the policy. And 9 times out of 10, people wouldn't have to go around this administration if the administration, excluding some, like Deputy Mayor, would just tell people the truth, because that's all people want. You don't like me? Cool. You don't like my policy? Cool. But at least you're honest with it. And we have got to stop trying to cover up for things that just ain't right. So next week, when these people are here, I'm looking for this council to have honest conversations, because 220 people are going to get their feelings hurt. 220 people will not be selected. And we cannot cow peg, we cannot step and fetch, we cannot play games with people's lives because we don't want to be not liked. Honesty, no matter how uncomfortable it is always the best policy. I say God bless you and God keep you, and I didn't say a cuss word. Good night.
There's still time. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, just inviting everybody to the District 6 final community meeting of the year, November the 21st, 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Please come out to Ruth Peterson Center at 990 Joslyn Road, Pontiac, Michigan, of course, and see you there. Good night.
And good evening. I'm Mike McGinnis, District 7's councilperson. I want to say thank you to the strong turnout we had last night at our monthly meeting. So thank you for everyone that shared your time and invested in your neighborhood and moving us forward on what was a dark and cold night. The next District 7 meeting, as always, is the second Monday of the month. That falls on December 9th next month. That will be our holiday celebration. So 7 p.m., Prospect Church. Good times, good information. Already have been having discussions about some of our presenters, so a lot of resources and information that will be beneficial to residents on our side of town. The recurring frustration that was shared very directly at last night's meeting for District 7 is how it feels as though it's so slow moving to have progress now that the funding is in place for the MLK Bridge reconstruction project, that if it can't be done quickly, and many people recognize and respect it's going to be a big project, they want more regular updates. So, for example, in the newsletter that I'm not sure when that's finally going to hit the, but what my message was updates on all these many moving projects in District 7. And there's a lot. It's exciting that so much improvement is happening, but some of it is really just in the pipeline or something to happen in the future. And so my message to the administration and my message to City Hall is land the plane. On all these critical issues, let's land the plane. And I mean like land, where it doesn't catch on fire and everyone dies inside the plane. Let's land the plane on retiree benefits. Land the plane smoothly on the MLK project, getting the Woodward Loop reconfigured, Oakland County relocated and redeveloped in downtown Pontiac, Huron redone, Auburn redone, Woodward Loop redone. And those are just some of the infrastructure projects. There's so many, from the home repair program to obviously what was hot button tonight, the small business grant program. There are so many cool planes circling the air, but we need them to land for it to be substantial and benefiting the citizens of Pontiac. And I can report, and we'll delve in more with the months to come, but the City Council has, in fact, identified the solving of the retiree benefits, the restoring of that stipend and the back pay. That is the #1 in bold priority of the City Council. That was the resounding feedback at recent trainings and workshops from the City Council. That is the front burner for us. And we're going to keep trying to move the conversation, move the needle, and see results, because it's way overdue. It's really critical. And it's a matter of, to your point, Councilman Rutherford, trust, sort of meeting the people, honoring the trust and fulfilling that obligation when they decided many decades ago to work for us, with the trust that that would happen, or that we would do right by them. Thank God we are a well-funded system, and now we need to try and land the plane. Yeah. With that, could I please have a motion to adjourn this evening's meeting?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Councilman Goodman, to adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker, Rutherford. 7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are adjourned at 10:24 p.m.